2025, all while staying on track to reduce our carbon emissions intensity in the area. Because it's only human to tackle the challenges of today to help ensure a brighter tomorrow.
Special offer.
NFL Game Day Kickoff is brought to you by Verizon, the network you deserve, the savings you want. Steelers linebacker T.J. Watt, a Pro Bowler, even as he missed 7 games this season. Steelers are 5-2 in games that Watt has played this season, 1-6 without him. He is the heart of this defense and will continue to be tonight.
South Carolina / North Carolina, opening up his landscaping business. But in the meantime, he's going to go to work on some guys in the slot. He's just a guy that you don't see as a prolific slot wide receiver. He'll play 10, 12, 13 plus years and not even look like a wide receiver. He just goes to work out of Clemson. Love the kid, love watching him play, love watching him go to do surgery.
Hang up your hats. Here come the Steelers. 4th and 10. Down 1 from their own 40. 22 seconds left. 7-6. Needing either a field goal or a touchdown to win. The play call was 66 circle option. Then history happened. The immaculate reception 50 years ago yesterday from Terry Bradshaw to Frenchie to Franco. Touchdown Steelers. Pittsburgh beat Oakland 13-7 on December 23rd, 1972. And now 50 years and 1 day later, they'll meet on NFL Saturday Night Football this Christmas Eve night. Thanks for tuning in and watching. As always, I'm your host, Encyclopedia Sports, Cohen Luke 96. Be sure to like, follow, and subscribe on social media. Links in the description below. The thumbs up button. Share hashtag NFL, hashtag Raiders, hashtag Steelers, hashtag Raider Nation, hashtag Here We Go as well. Chat questions and comments, super chat, super stickers, super likes, super thanks. Always greatly appreciated. Kickoff in about 20 minutes or so before coming up at halftime. They will honor the life and career of Franco Harris by retiring his number 32 jersey, which we'll get more into in a minute. But as mentioned, yes, 50 years ago yesterday, as it was 4th and 10, Pittsburgh down 1 from their own 40-yard line, needing 60 yards for pay dirt and a touchdown, which they ended up getting as they were down 7-6, 22 seconds left. Brad, as Franco would call Terry Bradshaw, said the play call was 66 circle option. Franco was supposed to be blocking. What do we know? Well, he learned something right here in Happy Valley that Coach Joe Paterno once told him, when the ball's in the air, follow it, run after it. And he did just that, made the catch, stiff arm inside the 20, and the Steelers scored and won. There's been a lot of conspiracy to it as well, but yeah, 4th and 10 to 13-7 win, and now throughout the first 100 years in the NFL, voted the number 1 play of all time. So 4th and 10 from their own 40, down 1 once again. 7-6 was the score. The Raiders were up on the Steelers with 22 seconds left. Scoreless 45 minutes to begin the game. It was 0-0 at the end of 3. The Snake, Kenny Snabler, with a rushing touchdown. Pittsburgh had a few field goals, but then the Steelers' first ever playoff touchdown led to their first ever playoff win, which then planted seeds for what was to come over the next few years and the 50 cents, which we'll once again get more into later on, as well as tonight both teams are sitting at 6-8, needing wins to stay alive in the playoff hunt. So something's got to give. I mean, it's Steelers-Raiders, for God's sakes, one of the NFL's best rivalries ever. You just have to think 50 years later that something crazy is probably going to happen again. So, but yeah, 66 circle option. Then history happened. The immaculate reception. Now, was it a catch or not? Raiders, of course, beg to differ, but let me know in the comments below. The Steelers, of course, won, defeated the Raiders. They did lose the following week to the undefeated 1972 Miami Dolphins, who are still the lone undefeated team in NFL history as they won the Super Bowl that season. But as they'll give us a For Franco video package, Terry Bradshaw with a voiceover, 2 nights before Christmas back in 72. Yeah. Steelers were arguably one of the worst, if not the worst team in NFL history to date. And then the immaculate reception happened, and since then, 8 Super Bowl appearances, 6 Super Bowl wins. I mean, who the hell knows how the Steelers would have fared over the past 50, 90 years, dating back to 33 when they were founded, if the immaculate reception never happened. If, the losing would have continued, as some franchises know, or if they would have eventually got out of the slump they were in, or what. Who the hell knows? But that's why they play the game. They decided on paper, decided on the field. The game was at noon on that very day, and at 3:41 Eastern, the Steelers scored and won. And the miracle play, as they called it, until the immaculate reception ended up coming from a Steeler fan and then getting to Myron Cope. Here we go, Steelers. What are those terrible towels tonight? It's going to be cold. Might have some snow as well, but the play of all plays, the number 1 play in NFL history, the immaculate reception. From Mike Webster snapping the ball to 12, Terry Bradshaw to Frenchie to Jack Tatum with the hit to Franco with the catch, and the Steelers touchdown and the Steelers win. And then this past week, as Franco was there, he was always out in the community. And as a Penn State and Steeler fan myself, I mean, that's been known, but we'll get through tonight one way or another. Yeah. Unfortunately, if you don't know, which we'll get to in a minute as well, Franco Harris passed away the other day at 72. a few days before the Immaculate Reception 50th anniversary, and a few days prior to his jersey being retired tonight at halftime, as he'll become only the third Steeler ever in history to have that honor. So, yeah, they're going to wrap up pregame here. We'll get to kick off with Rich Eisen and Kurt Warner on the call. So, NFL Network, the lone game on this evening. As of course, today is Christmas Eve. Hopefully everyone's going to have Merry Christmas tomorrow and Happy New Year next week, or Happy Holidays if you're one of those people. But, of course, as the NFL normally plays on Sundays, they'll still have 3 games tomorrow, but the bulk of the slate, minus Thursday Night Football, Monday Night Football, was played today, which we'll get more into updating what happened then coming up at halftime as well. We'll see if NFL Network shows the retirement ceremony for the 32 of Franco Harris or not. If not, we'll have it pulled up on Steelers social media and watch it that way. But, yeah, as always, coming at halftime, we'll first have stats and scores. We'll see what happened in the NFL this week 16. We'll preview next week, as well as technically there's only 2 more weeks left in the regular season after tonight. Must win for both teams this evening. Honestly, must win out to get to 9-8, above 500, let alone make the playoffs, because you're going to need a bunch of help in that regard if you even get that far. But yeah, we'll get to all the fine details and get through the night one way or another, win or loss, just overall, with everything that I'm going to say or already have said for that matter. Pittsburgh, you would have to think, just, go out and win this for Frank Hill. Beat the Raiders again, who they haven't beat since 2015. The Raiders, past 20 years, have won 7 of 11. So, yeah, they're going to honor Franco. They're going to wear throwback uniforms. They have a patch on the jersey as well. The end zones are painted up as they were at Three Rivers 50 years ago, which, of course, is now the parking lot behind Field Acrisure Stadium. And I might add, all this has been planned since last spring. From when the schedules came out mid-May, 50 years after the Immaculate Reception, as we are Penn State. There's Michael Robinson, a former Nittany Lion, as Franco was as well. Both played under Joe Pa. There's some snow coming down as well. But, yeah, all this has been planned. 50 years after the Immaculate Reception, Steelers, Raiders, we get it again this year. They played last September in Pittsburgh, and the Raiders won. Explosive plays was a difference then. We'll see what gives tonight. But, yeah, couldn't have said it better myself, as it looks like both teams are going to take the field. So TJ Watt, Cam Hayward are going to come out last, as they're going to give us a hashtag here we go. Steelers take the field. Big question is, as there's a few Raider fans in attendance, they normally travel well. With the weather, because it's about 10 degrees, but it feels a hell of a lot colder, let me tell you. And with the snow and the wind, potentially, Steeler Nation going to show up. But that was the big question this week. How packed would the stadium be? Even with the halftime ceremony of the retirement of his jersey, and then after the death, need a big game from 55 tonight for sure. But see, why can't, CBS, Fox, NBC, ESPN for that matter, show this? But for the first time in a good while, good 20, 22 years or so, I'd say, the Steelers are going to have yellow painted end zones at Heinz Field. Because, of course, after they tore down Three Rivers, Pitt Stadium in Oakland for the Panthers was also torn down. You know, they share a stadium now. You know, you don't really get that, but they're going old school with the unis. There's TJ Watt. And Cam Hayward interviewed Franco for his podcast Tuesday. And Franco passed away late Tuesday night, early Wednesday morning. And I'm pretty sure as Cam will run out with the 32 flag, I'm pretty sure he released it, but I'm not 100% sure. Because I heard he was, you know, on the fence about it. You know, honestly, one of the last interviews that he would have done. But whether we're back in black tonight or not, all that matters in about 3 hours or so is a big W. So, yeah, like I said, we'll get through this, you know, win or lose, one way or another. Hoping for a win. You know, they got to win out and get a ton of help, even to make the playoffs for that matter. Coming off a win, both teams are actually coming off wins last week on a short week now. And it's just not like, you know, this is the only game with weather this week. There were a few games earlier today that was very frigid, to say the least. And then you have the wind chill factor to it as well. So we'll see how much momentum Pittsburgh has early, or if, you know, the Raiders are going to take some control. You know, don't let the moment, you know, get too big. You know, you got to control yourself, settle the hell down, settle into the game. We'll go from there. They'll give us the national anthem and a moment of silence for Franco Harris.
Franco Harris passed away. We ask that you join us in honoring his memory with a moment of silence. Thank you. Now, to honor America with our national anthem, please welcome Margot Bingham.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rockets' red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave? We love you, Franco!
As the snow starts to fall, rest in peace to Franco Harris. Here we go, Steelers. Here we go. As they honor him with a moment of silence, followed by the national anthem. We'll have the coin toss and kickoff seemingly next, as Pittsburgh is a 2-point home favorite tonight, over under set at 38. But Merry Christmas Eve, Merry Christmas, Happy New Year a week from now. To everyone, including our United States military, thank you for your service. Whether you're a veteran, a former, active, or future military member in the Army, Navy, Air Force, Marines, or Coast Guard, thank you. So, yeah, Raiders Steelers should be a good one because they got a lot to play for. They do. It's not like, they've both already clinched playoff berths or they both only have a few wins this year. They're 6-8. Win or go home. Blues are going to fall below 500. Pittsburgh with a loss tonight would have their first losing season in almost 20 years, dating back to 2003, which sort of will lead into going back to when the Immaculate Reception happened, the 40 years prior and the 50 years since. Tale of, two halves, if you will, in football terminology, but, a tale of two halves of the past century, to be honest with you. Because Pittsburgh, from 1933 on, until the Immaculate Reception happened in December of 1972, they had 25 years of sub 500 records with one playoff appearance but no playoff wins. The Immaculate Reception happened as the Steelers beat the Raiders on that day, 50 years ago yesterday. In the 50 years since, the Black and Gold have the most wins in the National Football League, along with only 7 years of sub 500 records. The last was 2003. They've been at least 500 or better every year since. Hopefully, of course, that doesn't happen tonight because with the loss, they'd fall to 6-9. More games, season's over for the most part. It's a losing year, and no playoffs. But like I said last week, at this point, win out. If you get the help, you get the help. Okay, you make the playoffs, but if you don't, you don't. At least you still, finish with an above 500 record, and it's still technically considered a winning season. It starts tonight, though, as it started, last week and the week prior, and, every week from week one. As Franco's son and wife, along with members of the 1972 team, along with Frenchie, whether he touched it or not, and then Franco caught it, they'll lead the terrible towel wave before kickoff. There's Kurt Warner with his silver puffy jacket, so we get Rich Eisen, Kurt Warner, Mooch, Steve Mariucci, and the playmaker from the U, former Cowboy, Hall of Famer, and Michael Irvin as well. So a 4-man booth tonight on Christmas Eve. Very rarely see one of those anymore in any sport for that matter. And of course, they'll have somebody down on the sideline as well. Last week, Eisen and Kurt, who's also a Hall of Famer in his own regard. Yeah, 9 degrees. It feels like -7, they say. Wind's about 15 miles an hour, but it's really snowing now, so we'll see if this sticks. But so you got a Michigan man on play-by-play, you got a former NFL head coach, a former NFL quarterback, and a former NFL wide receiver on the call. They called the NFL Germany game last month, for anyone wondering. So yeah, what's at stakes? The Steelers are going to be eliminated with a loss. The Raiders are going to be eliminated with a loss, plus a Dolphins win or a tie tomorrow against the Packers, and a Chargers win or tie, as well as the Raiders are back deep to receive, so Pittsburgh's on to kick off. Looks like left to right across your television screen already on our dial. There's Boswell. And here we go. We'll have a return from about the 15-yard line. And then a tackle, about a 12-yard return. 27, the 1st and 10 for the Silver and Black, with Derek Carr at the helm to begin tonight's game. So it'll be Derek Carr, Josh Jacobs, who has had 6 straight 100+ plus all-purpose scrimmage yards a game dating back about a month or so when he went off against Seattle. They had a big win last week against the Patriots, but yeah, they hand off to Jacobs there for about 3, maybe 4, second down coming up. But Steve Wyche on the sideline, you can tell he's cold. You can tell everybody's cold, including all the fans, the coaches, and players for that matter. But this is football, and there's still a game to be played. So here we go. But 2nd and 6. But yeah, they got to stop Josh Jacobs defensively. And they've had a tough time stopping the run this year. He's once again had 6 straight games of at least 100 plus, all per first down run for him up the middle. 1st and 10 Raiders, a minute in. And yeah, the Raiders, they show off all the snow. Yeah, there's the weather update. Where's the rat when you need them? About 10 degrees, feels like -7, 15-mile-an-hour winds, but it's with the snow now. We'll see how much of a factor that plays. 1st and 10. The Raiders own the all-time series 17-13, along with 4-5 and 7-11. Sheets is better though still. Another give to Josh Jacobs. So the Raiders are trying to establish a running game, and rightfully so. Hopefully Pittsburgh does the same thing with another Harris in the backfield for the black and gold in this matchup tonight. But 2nd and 8. Ball at the 41. And from Devontae Adams being in motion, there's Matt Collins. Carr looking down the middle. Dumps it off. It's caught at midfield. Foster Renault, first down for the Raiders, who used to be located in Oakland, then moved to L.A., then back to Oakland. Now they're in Vegas, but they're still the Raiders. They're still the silver and black, and they're going to hit you in the mouth and keep punching in until you don't get up. Carr under center again, 1st and 10 from midfield. So, I mean, hell, they've taken up a couple minutes off clock here early by running the football. Jacobs, another first down run inside the 40. 12 yards, first down for the Raiders. And just making it look easy. They are. Nice cutback, maybe a little hold there on 66. And then it looked like Sutton and KZ made the stop, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, 20 and 23. Kansas Devontae KZ. So 1st and 10 Raiders. Only thrown it was a completion and it was a first down, but they've ran it every other play. And they'll run it again. Why the hell not? There's a tackle by Spillane. No gain on the play. 2nd down. Need these middle backers to step up for sure. Of course, we got TJ Watt, Alex Highsmith coming off the edge. And Miles Jack does add up the tackles. Yeah, I think the Raiders were wondering if they were going to get a penalty on that or not with a clothesline tackle. But I guess the rest are going to play like it's 1972 tonight. It's football, though. You know you're going to get hit. Play through it. 2nd and 10. Raiders are going to call a timeout. That's the thing. If it's a penalty, call it. If it's not, don't let them play. They're letting them play. Raiders are going to have to burn a timeout here about 4 minutes in. Make sure they're set. And they'll take a quick split screen commercial, so we'll get back to the action momentarily. But like I said, when they were doing the player intros, and of course you're going to get a big pop at the end for whoever's coming out last or next to last, offensively or defensively. You know, from Roethlisberger now to Kenny Pickett, let alone TJ Watt to Cam Hayward. And Cam brought up the 32 flag as we're going to raise some hell. 2nd and 10. Hopefully we will raise. Yeah, these middle backers, need to step the hell up. Spillane with the tackle there, but Miles Jack with a lot of tackles, yes, but Devin Bush. Because the secondary ain't half bad, and if they can force pressure into forcing a turnover or two, Carr going to roll out, pump fake, and then scoot his way up the far sideline, and he might have enough for a first down there before he got pushed out of bounds, so we'll see where they mark him out. Should have been tackled about right. Hold for one on 66 again, so why don't you fucking call it next time? They'll say 3rd and short. Yeah, he should have been tackled probably at least once, if not twice. 2nd and 10, now 3rd and 1. Kill on the audible, so we'll see if they stick with it or they did change it. They'll sneak it up the middle. Looks like they'll be right there at the marker. We'll see the spot. Should be enough, you'd have to think, for first down. They'll move the sticks. First down, Raiders. Yeah, they'll move it. I mean, why not sneak it? Pittsburgh had a couple sneaks last week, and they worked out. They finally realized that. More teams should have already realized that, but hey, just inch your way upfield. Last I checked, the end zone's in front of you, not behind you, let alone to the side. But 1st and 10, Raiders from the 28. They'll fake the end around to Adams, hand off to Jacobs, and they'll stuff them for a 2-yard gain. Looks like, Hayward, along with Spillane and Tyson Alualu, 94, on the tackle. Hey, it's Christmas Eve. Christmas is tomorrow. Let it snow, let it snow, let it snow. And does Josh McDaniels know he has his headband on upside down? Let alone care. And Rich Eisen just mentioned it as well. All right, but 2nd and 8 from the 26. Hey, as long as you're warm, who cares? Play clock at 3, 2, 1. That's delay of game. They'll give it to him. Pressure. Carr goes down the sack back of the 35. 3rd and a mile. Cam Hayward on the sack. There's the Grinch. There's Santa Claus and Mrs. Claus. But Cam Hayward making sure Derek Carr is getting coal in his stocking tomorrow morning. Takes him down on about a 7, 8, maybe 8-yard sack. Be 3rd and long for the Raiders back of the 35. Just whatever you do, don't give up a big play here. They're going to be right on the cusp of field goal range as it is, with Carlson being able to kick long field goals. So 3rd and 16, give me a hell yeah. They dump off, and then guess what they fucking do? They give a big gain and a first down. Jesus Christ, somebody fucking tackle somebody, why don't you? 1st and 10, Raiders. Just a simple dump off. And then missed tackle, and then they finally bring his ass down. And if I'm the Raiders, at this point you're in the red zone, you're going to hope to punch it in, not have to settle for 3. I mean, they've taken up half the quarter already. Doing what Pittsburgh did to Carolina to begin the second half last week, and that pass, a little miscommunication with Carr and Adams, it falls incomplete. DB would have read it a little bit better. Might have been picked off, but yeah, he just lobbed it out there to him. Who is that? Levi Wallace. As Terrell Edmonds is out tonight. What can you do for either side for that matter? So incomplete, 2nd and 10 from the 17. Hollins gritties in motion, far side. And out of the gun, dump off again over the middle. Complete to Adams for 3. So 3rd and 7 from the 14. See if they can cut it in half and get a stop here. Get the hell off the field, force a field goal after all this. But, I mean, talk about balance. Talk about keeping it simple. Having some consistency, able to run the football. I mean, you honestly, as a Steeler fan myself, you can't ask for much else for the Raiders offensively. Just Pittsburgh has to get the hell off the field. They're able to move the ball. Empty set, so you got to give them credit. Carr, far side. It's caught by Hunter Renfrow. He makes a man miss and dives in the end zone. Touchdown Raiders. So they go 72 yards in a little over 8 minutes. And strike first. 6-0, pending the upcoming extra point. And, yeah, defensively, they just couldn't get the hell off the field. It looked like ball's going to be batted down, incomplete. And then, yeah, Pittsburgh just gets beat. He stays in bounds and touchdown. So 6:38 to play in the first. Extra points up in good. 7-0 Raiders. Just can't let it happen. Yeah, you just did. So we'll see offensively how they look. Because you know what the Raiders just did. Because, I mean, defensively, if that's going to be the case all night, just giving up yardage left and right, you know, allowing them to drive, shortening the game, with some big gains, if you will, by running the football, and then just keep simple, just checking it down, taking what the defense gives you. And then the offense can't do jack shit, having to settle for 3 a lot once again tonight, you know, rather than, you know, score touchdowns as they've grown accustomed to, you know, the past month or so. Might be a long night, but it might be a short game if they can control the clock. See, Pittsburgh's getting beat at, you know, 9 times out of 10 how they try to play. Now, whether they execute it or not, you know, that's a different story. But they're going to have to run the football themselves. They're going to have to control the clock. And then that's when turnovers and special teams come into play, especially late in the game. Game's on the line, got to make a play. We'll see how deep this game goes. You know, if it's going to come down to 20 seconds again in the 4th and 10 from their own 40 and, you know, something crazy happens. We'll just have to see how this game plays out. But, yeah, Raiders lead it 7-0 here early. If you're just not tuning in, and thank you for tuning in and watching. As always, I'm your host, Encyclopedia Sports, Cohen Luke 96. Be sure to like, follow, and subscribe on social media. Links in the description below. Scroll down, check out Facebook, Twitter, Instagram. Press subscribe button, notification bell next to it, live right here on YouTube. Thumbs up button. Share hashtag NFL, hashtag Steelers, hashtag Raiders, hashtag Here We Go, hashtag Raider Nation. Silver and black lead at 7-0 here midway through the opening quarter. But chat questions and comments, super chat, super stickers, super likes, super thanks, always great appreciated as well. Get to those in a minute. We're also watching the Hawaii Bowl and college football as bowl season rolls on, as they're also about midway through the opening quarter as well. And they show off earlier today with all the Pittsburgh Steelers coaches and players arriving to the game today wearing 32 jerseys in honor of Franco Harris. But as Mean Joe Green has even stated throughout time, including this week, Franco was the heart and soul of the Steelers. And as damn good as they were on defense with the steel curtain, they were able to run the football offensively. And Terry Bradshaw, until they started airing it out, you know, when Lynn Swan and John Stallworth arrived in town here in the Steel City. And speaking of Steel City, here comes Kenny Pickett, who plays college ball at Pitt, first-round pick this past year in the 2022 draft that Franco announced. Also announced number 88 for the Steelers a year ago. Tight end out of Penn State, Pat Freiermuth, who hopefully they'll target tonight as he was held without a catch last week. As they'll hand off there, no gain on the play. second down, and Allison Williams also on the sideline tonight as well. But yeah, just we'll see. Actually, losing yard, 2nd and 11. How they fare offensively here, if they can run the football. Pickett's going to have to make some plays, of course. He's back from injury, suffered a concussion 2 weeks ago. Missed last week, dumps it off to Steve Sims. He gets to the 31, so 3rd and medium. So Pickett with his 2 gloves, got a hand warmer, got a new helmet tonight as well. It's the NASCAR NASA football helmet for the NFL this year. And he's also wearing a clear visor on the face mask. But yeah, he got concussed. It was against... Was it against the Bucks? That's right. That's when Mitch came against Brady. And the 3rd and 4, pass caught, first down. Deontay Johnson to the 42, 1st and 10, Pittsburgh. That's when he got hurt first. He's been fine since, but then against Baltimore in the last home game 2 weeks ago was either 0 for 1 or 1 for 1 passing. They really weren't throwing a lot early. And then they got beat by the run game late. But what's new there? And then he was out last week, back tonight. But if Trubisky needs to come in, they should be okay. They just can't, they're already down 7 here. They can't, get into a bigger hole than they already are in. Especially if they're not going to be able to make stops defensively, let alone, make plays on offense. Pickett rolls out and throws it out incomplete. So 2nd and 10 here. 4:39 to play in the first. That's how much time the Raiders took off the clock to begin the game and drove and scored as Jalen Warren was in tailback on that play. Out he comes. Back goes Najee Harris. No relation to Franco by any means, as Najee's from the Bay Area. Plays college ball at Bama. Franco, half African-American, half Italian. With his army, pump fake by KP. Pickett rolls out, 2nd and 10, and just going to throw it out of bounds again, incomplete. So they got to get something cooking. They need some sort of special sauce tonight, I think. Make some noise, score some points. But Franco from Jersey played right here in Happy Valley at Penn State, 1st-round pick by the Steelers, was the Rookie of the Year in 72. Retired as the NFL's 3rd all-time leading rusher. And, of course, is enshrined in Canton. But 3rd and 10, Pittsburgh from the 42. Jalen Warren, hopefully going to bulldoze his way forward. Kenny Pickett, more pressure, dumps it off. Zach Gentry, about a yard, but they'll have to punt. Just pathetic. Just absolutely fucking pathetic. Piss poor. And it goes back to Matt Canada, offensive coordinator. But also, you got to give credit to the Raider defense. You do. They don't care, because they didn't care then. Because they felt like they got screwed. John Madden never got over it. Still nobody knows who the refs called. With no replay then, there was a phone call made, and then they signaled touchdown, and the Steelers won. Madden, of course, passed away this time last year. Franco now goes, but 3:40 to play in the first. It's 7-0 Raiders. They'll get the ball back. See if the Steeler defense can make a stop or two. Get the hell off the fucking field. But no, out of respect, they said what they had said this week. With who he was as a player, let alone a person. But that's what I said at the start, too. They also have something to play for tonight. They're both 6-8. They both need to win. Watch them tie. Watch something crazy like that happen, and then throw a wrench into, this or that. That would be the total, swerve. But no, they're coming to play tonight. Pittsburgh here, well, defensively they couldn't get off the field, and then offense, okay, they get one first down, maybe 20 yards, and got a punt. So a slow start, but what's new? It's either they're, starting slow as they are and then, fighting their way back later or, out to a lead and then trying to hold on to it. There's no in between. There's not. So we're not even going to go there. There's no in between in that regard. It's one way or the other. Live and die by it, for God's sakes. But, no. With that being said, the Raiders, they don't care about a sob story. Why should they? So that's what, as mentioned just a little bit ago, with how this game started, with a long touchdown drive, and then now, Pittsburgh offensively can't move the ball. It's going to be turnovers and special teams. That's going to play a big factor, as it always does at the start of the game before it even kicks off, for that matter, in my eyes. Because you just can't count it out. Because it's going to be something with the difference. We just don't know what. That's why the game's played. We can talk about it and, dissect this or dissect that and, analyze it this way or that way. And we're not playing, let alone coaching. But I'm calling as I see it, so thank you for tuning in and watching. But there's the Franco statue at the Pittsburgh International Airport. They moved it. As it's normally beside the statue of George Washington. Yes, that George Washington, first president of the United States of America. That's how much Franco means to Pittsburgh. And then they built a statue in the parking lot. They call it the Immaculate Reception as well. So both, have turned into shrines since about Wednesday morning, as that was a tough way for sure to wake up. And knowing, all this has been planned for a while for this weekend, and then that happens, it's like, one, is this true? Just total shock. 1st and 10. As they pick up another first down, for God's sakes. Like, come on, Pittsburgh. They get it off just barely again out of the eye, handoff. And they'll lose a few yards, so 2nd and long. And, DeMarvin Leal with some pressure. And then Larry Obi-Wan Kenobi Ogunjobi with the tackle. Yeah, you can see there's a few empty seats. Tickets were dirt cheap, but, Steeler Nation still out full effect for the most part. I can understand the cold. I can understand it's Christmas Eve. I can understand wanting to watch it at home as I am as well. As they show out the Pro Bowl selections, TJ and Minka, the only ones for Pittsburgh. And TJ's making it even without missing half the season, for God's sakes. Now, being selected to the Pro Bowl and playing in the Pro Bowl nowadays, two different stories. Because Pro Bowl's, not what it used to be. Let alone this year will be the first ever, new format they'll go by. Basically just a skills challenge. As they've had the skills challenge in the past, but now they just do away with the whole game. But that's neither here nor there. But they show up the graphic. Yeah, we get distracted every once in a while. 3rd and 7, though. Come on, D. You got to get a fucking stop. Let's go. Renfro in motion and have trips in a bunch top of your screen. Carr looking to throw. Batted down, incomplete, and they'll punt. So Pittsburgh still only going to be down 7-0 here. Going to get the ball back. 1:30 to play in the first quarter. I'd like, to be able to run the ball, work some clock yourself, but they did pick up one first down, okay? Just as the Raiders did on this drive, and then it stalls, they'll punt. But take some shots. Go downfield, why don't you? Maybe a good return here by Sims. And they almost block it. And then it's going to be shanked out of bounds, but pretty good punt. Had some nice distance to it. Not necessarily a good hang time, but had distance. So 35-yard line or so, give or take. 1st and 10 Pittsburgh. From there, when we return, the $1:24 to play in the first. Down 7-0 your score. So we'll update some stats here in a minute. I mean, there's nothing really to show for the black and gold. Pickett, has the completion. Deontay Johnson for first down. Barely any rushing yards. Well, on the flip side, the Raiders, have 7 points on the board. So that speaks for something because they were able to move the ball downfield, and score. Pittsburgh couldn't stop them, but that drive they did get the ball back, forcing the punt. So leave it at that, and we'll go from there. We'll see what gives. As always, I'm sure something will. But they got to get some rhythm built up. They got to, capitalize on some momentum here, which you would have thought, there'd be a spark in the air of some sorts, sentimentally at least. But they couldn't capitalize off that, cash in off of it, whereas the Raiders did. They capped off their, opening drive with a touchdown for that matter. So, 7-0. And Pittsburgh 1st and 10. We'll see officially where they spot the ball at, but we'll get back to the action momentarily. So, just once again, thanks for tuning in and watching. Be sure to like, follow, and subscribe on social media. Links in the description below.
That's why nationwide is on your side.
They show off the remaining schedules, yeah. Even if the Raiders win tonight, they might, they got the 49ers and Chiefs at home the rest of the way. Yeah, Pittsburgh looking ahead, go to Baltimore next Sunday, and then they get the Browns at home week 18. So we'll see what gives. That's why they play a game. Shit happens. 1st and 10, Pittsburgh, Najee Harris up the middle, and 14, 15 yards for him. First down, Steelers. That's what I like to see. Move the ball downfield in front of you. Not this left or right bullshit. Forward, north, south. And good block there by Connor Hayward, Cam's little brother out of Michigan State. Surprised he didn't throw a chop block, but he hit the hole, and Najee off to the races for 15. And 1st and 10 now. Pittsburgh from the 39. Pickett going to hand off. And about a yard or so. And the rest are letting him play. Have we had a penalty yet tonight? I don't think so. Raiders called a timeout, but that's been it. If only they capped it off with the throwback uniforms and, the patch for Franco as well. But then the end zones painted up. If only they, went full circle 100% with the gray face mask. Pickett sporting that new helmet. I'm going to have to be used to seeing him like that. This will be the final play of the opening quarter. I don't like those new helmets as it is anyway. That pass caught by Deontay Johnson, far side. He gets a Steeler first down and gets out of bounds. But that'll do it for the first quarter. So they'll switch ends. They'll be going the other way. And, hey, a couple big, passes down the first. Or just a couple big plays on the first. Big run there to begin the drive. Big pass completion there. And it's a little too early for some renegade. That's, fourth quarter. But NFL Network can do whatever the hell they want because they're broadcasting the game, I guess. But 7-0 Raiders at the end of one. Pickett's go-to target right now is Deontay Johnson. If only they had a more consistent running game. I mean, Najee there, okay, one big run, but that's been it. They got to, add some more fuel to the fire and see if they can burn them. But I'm going to be looking down the middle of the field here sooner rather than later to Freiermuth. Pickett likes to go to him a lot. Trubisky last week, nothing intended for 88 for whatever reason. But yeah, no targets, no catches for Patty. But maybe Kenny will get him involved here sooner rather than later. Pickens as well. Take your shots. Right now it's just, some simple crossers or comebacks, for maybe enough for a first down, 8-10 yards or so, give or take. But then that ball very well could have been picked off, but he made a play on it, big catch down the far sideline, and then that does it for the first quarter. So, yeah, 7-0 Raiders on top of the Steelers here at the end of one. But Pittsburgh's driving, going to hope to, cut this lead, let alone tie it up, and then, we'll go from there again. Pittsburgh kicked off, begin the game, so they'll get the ball back to begin the second half, the third quarter, as they did last week as well, and then, went on a 21-play, 12-minute touchdown drive. And then the fourth quarter rolled around, and just hopefully they don't have any, instances, in between quarters, so as they did last week. If you don't, stay away from the visitor sideline, if you will. But just, keep it simple, some balance, some consistency, run the football, run the pass run, check down and run your play action. I mean, these teams offensively aren't more, similar than they are different, but at the same time, I mean, sort of they are. Josh McDaniels up in New England under Belichick for years now, in a second stint as NFL head coach. Some success, not much. Calling the plays. They had a running game, as they'll hand off. If you have a running game, it helps out a hell of a lot. It does. So they give a Steelers in-season review, which we all know how it's gone to this point. They got swept by the AFC East, but swept the NFC South, which really doesn't matter. Slim playoff hopes under night. They got to win out and get a lot of help, but went out, let alone get that help to make the playoffs, but just went out to get above 500 and winning season. Deontay Johnson, another reception for him, first down. Pittsburgh, but yeah, they struggled going into the bye, but since the bye they're 4-2, and it's because they've had a running game. When they've been able to run the ball, they've won. When they can't, they lose. Like, start there with tonight's game. So Deontay Johnson, another catch for him, first down, and ball 31-yard line. And Pickett will fake the give to Jalen Warren. Kenny Pickett all day to throw, going to step up and run. Slides, and we'll get about 6.5, maybe 7 yards. I'll say about 2nd and 3 coming up for the Pittsburgh offense. And it starts up front. I mean, the offensive line this year, from Dan Moore to Dotson to Mason Cole at center, and then James Daniels and Chuk at right tackle. They haven't looked half bad, I've thought. It's just, at times, yeah, they can, but they can't run the ball. And then, the pressure and the quarterbacks aren't, making enough plays and, so on and so forth. It's just one play at a time. Handoff, Jalen Warren, who a big hit in the offseason for Pittsburgh, signing him as a undrafted rookie free agent out of Oklahoma State. Pissed down the Panthers' leg last week and scored his first ever NFL touchdown. Gets carry there for a couple yards, got a 3rd and short. And they're in field goal range for Boswell. It's just, Fact matter of, we saw a lot of special teams errors already today. Okay, yeah, Raiders with an extra point up and good. That toss, going to lose about 2 back to the 25, so Boswell will have to kick a field goal here, 25-35, give or take about a 42, 43-yard field goal, so about a plus 10 margin from an extra point. With the wind and the snow, Matthew Wright held it down while he was out. And Boswell's still one of the best kickers in the league, but 43-yard field goal officially, they say. Here's Boswell. We saw a 61-yard game winner earlier today, but that was inside. This 43-yard, yeah, going to hook wide left, no good. So, nothing to show for it. Snap and hold were good, and just kick had the distance. It just hooked wide left, no good. So, still 7-0 Raiders. And they'll get the ball back with some, decent starting field position after the missed kick, and going to try to extend their lead here before halftime, and then we'll see if Pittsburgh can do anything before half, let alone when they get the ball back to begin the second half. Go from there. But 7-0 Raiders. As we're almost about an hour or so into this game tonight, but back to some pregame notes. As the main storyline for this game is the 50th anniversary of the Immaculate Reception. That was yesterday at 3:41 Eastern Time. But then Franco passes away a few days prior. The game's, of course, still going to be played. They're still going to retire his jersey, as they've been planning, once again since the springtime. And the NFL purposely, put this game this weekend, Christmas Eve night. I mean, hell, they could have put it last night on the 23rd, 50 years to the day for that matter. They still would have got people to tune in and watch, let alone attend the game. Because they do Thursday night, Monday Night Football. It's Christmas weekend, and you have a full slate on Saturday for Christmas Eve and still 3 Christmas Day games. They very well could have done a Friday game, I thought. But decided against it. They give it to us tonight. 7-0 Raiders, but the big question then, even, to this day, was it a catch or not? Steeler fans are going to say yes. Raider fans, they'll beg to differ. Depends on the angle. Honestly, it just depends on who you ask. Long story short. But, I mean, voted the number 1 play in NFL history through the first 100 years. Has to speak for something. And, for the first time in 26 years, NFL note, 8th game today played in freezing temperatures. Most in one day since 96. Which I might add, the Steelers were coming off a Super Bowl appearance. 1st and 10. From the 33, dump off to Adams, Carr. Going to get credit for a 12-yard pass or so there. 1st and 10 Raiders. So the standard is the standard. Yeah, you got to stay as warm as possible. This is football weather, though. These players don't care. They're going to go out and play. But you don't want, too much protection, but you don't want, not enough. 1st and 10. Believe me, I was out in this yesterday, let alone today, and I can withstand the cold, but it was fucking cold. 2nd and 14 with the loss. It's just that wind chill, and it's the wind overall. I mean, it was howling yesterday. Felt like, we're not Kansas anymore, but might have been blown away. 2nd and 14. Wizard of Oz missed a field goal. We'll see if who everyone considered Toto on the Steeler defense can make a stop. But incomplete. Pie for Christmas tomorrow. 3rd 14 for the Raiders. 10:27 to play in the half. But yeah, another big third down for the Pittsburgh defense. No doubt about it. I mean, they forced a punt on the last drive. Going to hope to force another punt here, but then maybe third time's a charm offensively can, put some points on the board, but got to get off the field first off. The Raiders are going towards the river. Pittsburgh going to try to drown their ass. 3rd and 14. They've been letting this play clock go down to 1 before they get it off. Carr going to step up, tuck it, and run, and then slide, but not enough for a first down, and they'll punt. Watt going to be credited with the tackle. 4th and 10. So back to the original line of scrimmage. And 10-10 and counting to play in this first half. 7-0 Raiders. Pittsburgh getting the ball back with 3 timeouts and a 2-minute warning. So cut this lead. Tie it up. Do something. Yeah. Mooch is right. Pittsburgh does have 2 men back deep to receive this punt, which first time in quite a while they've done that. Played it this way on the return. They'll signal for a fair catch anyway at the 12-yard line by Sims. So Gunner was back there with him as well. Just whatever you do, don't muff it, because they both already have this year. It's cost them times. But no, we're not building any fucking snowmen tonight. No, we're playing a football game. So 1st and 10 Pittsburgh, you got a ways to go, but just do something, man. I feel like that damn meme, you're poking the fucking stick. Do something. I mean, they came close to the field goal. It was just a couple inches to the left, and it was no good, but you can't even, count on special teams now to actually do something good for them. But what can you do? What can you do? I mean, offensively, just, stick to your game plan for now. It's not like you're down 50. You're only down 7. Stick to the run. They got to air it out a little bit more. I mean, Pickett's only gone to Deontay Johnson for the most part. Zach Gentry had a catch, but for nothing. But they got to get these backs more involved in the pass game, I think, out of the backfield, too, with some screens. But down the middle of the field, whether that's deep, whether that's, short or anywhere in between, middle of the field. Because it's seemingly there right now. But we'll see. But I'm telling you, Freiermuth, get him the fucking ball. But yeah, commercial break. We'll get back to the action shortly, so leave it at that. But yeah, the main storyline with this game is the 50th anniversary of the Immaculate Reception, and then Franco passes away. Was it a catch or not? Who knows? They said touchdown, Steelers won. And that was that. But coming from the Raiders side of things, I mean, I can understand, you're arguing this reason or that reason, but have, been some conspiracy theories, about it with, the miracle catch that turned into the Immaculate Reception. As they're going to show off a Franco Harris video package with some still photographs, but from 50 years ago to 1972 when he was 22. So 1922, he passes away at 72. Hopefully Pittsburgh hands off the 22 and Najee Harris a little bit more. They'll be out of the pistol, 1st and 10 from the 12. Trips in a bunch, top of your screen. They'll run a bubble screen. There's Freiermuth on the catch and run out to the 20. 2nd and 2. So let's keep it up. Move the ball forward. Keep it simple. Work the sticks. Get a couple first downs. Get this defense on their heels. Beat them with some play action if you can. Fryermuth going to be in motion. 2nd and 2 from the 20. And they'll fake an end-around handoff. Najee Harris to the 28. 1st and 10. First down. You keep running it, eventually you're going to break one. And that's his second longest run of the night. 1 for 15, that one for 10. I mean, just hopefully you're not going backwards now, but just keep pounding the rock Naj. Pickens in motion. Another handoff. And about a yard. 2nd down and 9. So yeah, more you run it, just like the more you throw it, you know. Higher percentage you're going to have to catch it, let alone, you know, break or run. But as they'll run it again, 2nd and 9, 3rd and short coming up. Another 7-8 yard run. Get a first down. Just get a first down and then go from there. Don't be fucking throwing it 70 yards downfield on 3rd and short. 3rd and 1, get the first down. You know, because, you know, if you're not running it, let alone throwing it, you're not doing a damn thing. I mean, that's just common sense. They've been working Fryermuth in motion here a lot on this drive. 3rd and 2, he does have a catch for 8 yards, but Pickett over the middle, caught first down to Pickens at the 44. Keep going. I wouldn't mind taking a shot now, but just as you're right around midfield, just keep moving. First down, first down, first down. And I swear to God, if, you know, like they score 32 points tonight or win on a 32-yard field goal or, you know, if the number 32, you know, comes into play, you know, one way or another with, you know, the play of the game or the final, you know, outcome, it's like, you know, don't tell me that, you know, shit doesn't happen for a reason. 2nd and 6. Just, of course, holidays, hopefully everyone has a Merry Christmas, but then, you know, you have this game and then, you know, the passing, it's been one of those tough weeks. At least since Wednesday it has. Sims in motion, 2nd and 6, but another handoff. Warren, first down, Pittsburgh, inside the 40. He just fucking bulldozes forward. First down. And as mentioned at the start, you know, for myself as a Penn State fan, along with Steelers fan, you know, it doubles up. And then, you know, it hits a little harder rather than, you know, just for one. You know, because death ain't easy for, you know, anybody. Or whether that's you knew him, or didn't know him. I didn't know him, never met him, but, you know, I feel like you did. 1st and 10. Got to get it off. Hand off, they do. Warren again, got a couple good blocks, and 3, maybe 4 yards. Made a play out of nothing. Should have been a loss of 2. And they get a 2nd and 6 coming up now. So, just keep it going. Just get in field goal range if you can. I mean, you kicked it last drive. You know, you showed you could do that. You just missed it. Got 4:26 and counting to play now in the half. Still got all 3 timeouts, 2-minute warning. They'll run it again. Warren up the gut. Stiff. Oh. Going to be short by about a yard. If he would have kept going forward, he would have got that first down, I think, rather than cut it. Because he had the block, but then he got tripped up. Yeah. That's a big first down. 3rd and 1. Give it to Derek Watt. 3rd and 1, and they will. And they fucking read it. God damn it. No gain, they stuff him. 4th and short. Now you got decision make. Do you go for it or kick it? Good by the Raider defense. They read that right from the start. They're going to stay out there, at least line up to go for it. Now, whether they do or not, that's a different story. We'll see if they try to draw them off, call timeout, and then kick it. Try to quiet the crowd. But 4th and 1 from the 30, they're going to line up to go for it. Hard count, no. Motion, they'll push them on the sneak, and they'll get the first down. First down, Steelers, under 3 to play in the half. You definitely got to get a touchdown now out of this. At least get 3 points if you can, but you got to definitely get a touchdown now, man. Miles Boykin with a nice big push. But first down, Pittsburgh on the sneak on 4th and a yard. You got to tie this game up. I mean, you could double up. You could change this game right now. Incomplete to Hayward. Pressure to Pickett, but you could do some damage. You could. Won't be much. Even if it's a little, it's something. You know, at a max, you'll have 14, up 7 then. Or, you know, at a minimum of nothing as you do, or, you know, a field goal or 2 and still down 1, or, you know, tied at 7, or maybe up 3, or just anywhere in between. You know, here, 2:20 to play in the half. 2-minute warning coming. Still got 3 timeouts. They got a second time to 28. But with that being said, they're also going to get the ball back to begin the second half. Pickett. Complete the Fryer move. Bounces of 2 tackles or so. Gets 2 yards. They'll wind the clock. Be 3rd and 8. That'll take us a 2-minute warning. It's 7-0 Raiders. So we'll take a timeout and we'll get back to it shortly. But a low-scoring defensive showdown. Raiders with a touchdown drive to begin the game, and then nothing for either team since. But Pittsburgh going to try to cut this lead a little and tie it up before halftime. And then it does seem like this game, now at this point, how it's played out. Didn't know at the start, because I don't think, honestly, anybody, with everything that's happened this week, knows how this game, you know, is going to go. You know, Raiders, fast start, Pittsburgh on the flip side, you know, nothing. But then they missed a field goal, and now they're in field goal range again. So, I mean, building blocks, you know, we'll see if, you know, anybody's getting the Legos or Lincoln Logs tomorrow morning. In that regard, but I mean, man, just keep building. You know, you got to start with a foundation of some sorts. You know, you might, you know, get off track and, you know, build something you don't want to, or it just might happen that way, or because shit happens. But just keep building, keep moving forward, and then just hope to execute and hope to score points. Can't say much else. But 7-0. Be 3rd and 8 for Pittsburgh with 2 minutes to play. So, leave it at that. We'll see if they can score here. I mean, that missed field goal right now is hurting them, because if they can, you know, if they have to settle for another 3, okay, they'd still be down 1. I'd rather be down 7-6 than 7-0, you know. And it was 7-6 50 years ago when these two teams met and late in the fourth quarter, and once again with 22 seconds left, and then the immaculate reception happened. But, let alone the field goal, and then you score here, and then you're up 3. Or if you had a touchdown again, you're up 7. And then even more damage potentially, because then if you score early third quarter, ball's in their court to do something, all your defense has to do is get some stops. But 3rd and 8, 2 minutes to play in half. Down 7 here, 7-0. But they are going to show the jersey retirement ceremony. Okay, so we're not going to have to watch that on Facebook or Twitter or YouTube. So NFL Network doing the right thing. I see Josh McDaniels has flipped his headband as it was upside down earlier. Now it's right side up. 3rd and 8. And Pickett looking to throw. Kenny rolling out. And looking for Freiermuth the whole way. And then he hit him in the hands. And it almost picked off, incomplete. They luck out, 4th down, and they'll have to settle for 3. Hopefully this kicks up and good from the 26-yard line. 36. Another 43, 44-yard field goal in the same direction. We'll see if Boswell changes up his game a little bit and tries to, kick it to the right a little bit more. So if it does hook wide left, it's still going to be up and in. Because it does seem like the winds on this 44-yard field goal, right to left from the Raiders sideline to the Steelers sideline. This 44-yard field goal is up and good. So 7-3. Raiders getting the ball back with now only a 4-point lead rather than a 7-point lead with a minute 49 to play in the half. They got 2 timeouts. They haven't done anything since the opening drive, but Pittsburgh just did something for the first time tonight. So we're pretty even. We are. It's just the touchdowns. The difference is a 4-point differential. And Pittsburgh missed a field goal from 43, but they made a field goal from 44. Wind a factor there, but kicks up and good. 7-3. Minute 49 to play in the half. Raiders getting the ball back, 2 timeouts. See if Steelers can, with their 3 timeouts, still potentially get the ball back before halftime. They get off the field quick. Of course, you don't give them too much time. You want to give yourself some time if possible. But then they're also going to get the ball back at the beginning of the second half. So we'll just have to see how, honestly, the first play or 2 goes here on this opening drive, and then, go from there. But, yeah, 7-3 is your score. As that 44-yard field goal from Boswell was officially up and good. So he'll kick off. We'll have a start me up. And Raiders 1st and 10, probably with a touchback at the 25-yard line. But Boswell's kick was short on the opening kickoff, return to the 15-yard line to about 30, and then they went 70 and scored. So, yeah, we'll see. But, 7-3. As the Steelers 50 years ago led 3-0 and then 6-0. And then the Snakes scored. Got another Kenny playing this game tonight as well, I might add. Just for the other team now. But, he had a rushing touchdown, and then, Franco caught the ball and scored. Yeah, but there's been some conspiracy to it, no doubt about it, because seemingly the Raiders haven't gotten over it since. And it's been 50 years. Okay. John Madden said the refs told him they didn't know what happened. So then they made a phone call from the dugout, Three River Stadium, home of the Pirates, home of the Steelers. Pittsburgh was a baseball city with the Pirates going to and winning World Series. And then the Immaculate Reception happened, and then sort of the tides turned and Pittsburgh became a football city. Because the Pirates absolutely fucking suck. They do have the number 1 overall pick again next year, but, what's that going to get you over the next 4 or 5 years? Probably nothing. Touchback on the kick, so 1st and 10 Raiders from the 25-yard line. Got 2 timeouts, $1:49 before halftime. up 4-7-3 your score. But yeah, there's a phone call made. Nobody knows who the refs called. They signal touchdown. Game's over. Steelers win. And of course, they've traded their shots back and forth, since. Once again, Raiders have won 4-5 and 7-11 since 2002, going back 20 years when they, realigned the divisions. 1st and 10, and Foster Moreau on the catch. Somebody bring him down, tackle his ass. Jesus Christ. 9 yards when he should have only got maybe 4 or 5, if that. 2nd down and short now. But Steelers Raiders was the rivalry before Steelers Cowboys, let alone, Steelers Browns to Steelers Ravens to also the Bengals in the north. But then, the Eagles in state. Like, you're going to get a smash mouth football game when these two teams play. They're going to keep hitting and hitting you until you don't get up. Minute to play in the half. Raiders ain't in a hurry. 1st and 10. Now under a minute. Got 2 timeouts still. And Pittsburgh ain't in a hurry. They're going to just let the clock run. Because, like I said, you don't want to give them, time. Now, if you're getting a stop, you want to try to give yourself some time, but, they're not getting any stops. And down the middle, incomplete. 10 for Renfro, Sutton on the coverage, 2nd down and 10. Yeah, we have yet to have a penalty in this first half. Surprised they didn't throw one there. Potential PI. It could have gone both ways. There's been some holds up front, but, hey, let him play. He had Adams wide open over the middle. I don't know why he went to Renfro, but incomplete, 2nd and 10. And Derek Carr, far side, incomplete, out of bounds. Just a little too much for Devontae Adams, who, of course, Carr and Adams, teammates at Fresno State. Carr's been a Raider his whole entire career. Since 14 on, Adams was in Green Bay up until this past offseason. See how the Packers have played without him, but they're still in the thick of it. And now, as they have been reunited, they got a 3rd and 10. Carr. All day to throw. Going to go deep down the middle. And it's caught Darren Waller at the 21-yard line. Jesus Christ, man. And they take a timeout, I think, too. Yeah, they'll have one left with 24 seconds. All day to throw. Into triple coverage. And nobody can bring them down, let alone cover. You gotta be kidding me. Just let them, pick you apart some more while you're at it. That's just frustrating right there. That is. A simple deep ball down the middle of the field. It seemingly looked like he just lobbed it. That's how they got beat by them last year, with a play like that down the middle of the field late in the 4th quarter. It was Derek Carr to Henry Ruggs, who I'm sure is having a nice Christmas. But Darren Waller's first catch goes for a big gain, and now they got a 1st and 10. Right on cusp of the red zone and they're in field goal range, so they'll be up 10-3, you'd have to think, unless they miss it. Let alone 14-3 at halftime if they'd score a touchdown, but hopefully nothing. Still 7-3. Come on, defense. I don't know how the hell you let that happen. It's like, they it's hard to explain. They, for whatever reason, they just long story short, they do something good, or they think they do something good for that matter, and then, oh, let's, act like it was enough, and, that's that. We're going to give a big play now. No, you got to keep playing. You got to keep fighting through it. It's called adversity. Like, that's frustrating. Make a stop here or there, and then give a big play. A good 35, 40-yard completion into triple coverage. Good God. Now 1st and 10 for the Raiders officially after the timeout. They got one left. Ball at the 22-yard line with 24 seconds to play. And Derek Carr. Pass caught by Adams. Now they say incomplete. He was out of bounds. He bobbled it. Incomplete. 2nd and 10. And it's snowing, yes, but it has no effect to the field. It's not sticking. But you can tell it's coming down, and it's, hard to see at times. But second and 10, and that pass also incomplete, intended for Devontae Adams. As Steeler defense lucks out again. Big 3rd down again, force a field goal here, let alone get a turnover. I mean, just do something. Yeah, they lucked out. Adams was wide open. The pass was just a bit too much. Incomplete, 3rd and 10. And a timeout, Pittsburgh. They're first with 14 seconds. So they'll make sure they're set on defense. And we've had a total of 3 timeouts called, but no penalties. I think the refs are as, cold as anybody. They don't even remember where their flag's at. They can't reach for it. Which, even with the snow, they're not throwing snowballs on the field tonight like they were last Saturday night. But another big 3rd down here again. Same play, just called timeout, but still, big 3rd down. And Renfro in motion. I watch out for Mac Hollins, number 10. Because he's been in motion a few times, but nothing thrown his way. And Carr in the middle in the end zone, incomplete. Intended for Waller. So 4th and 10, 9 seconds. See if Pittsburgh ices them. But Raiders going to kick a field goal here before halftime. Good coverage. They almost all ran into the goalpost. 40-yard field goal for Daniel Carlson. And into the river. It'll be up and good. 10-3 Raiders. And that should do it for the first half. Still got 5 seconds, but they'll kick off. Whether it be a squib or, a touchback. Yeah, Pittsburgh going to be down 10-3 here at halftime. Then they'll get the ball back to begin the second half. So, yeah, just the Raiders with a few throughout history. Fantastic finishes. Whether they're in Oakland, LA, back in Oakland, or Vegas, yeah, they came off a crazy finish last week. If you didn't see it, go check it out. But, you know, they've also been on the wrong end of a few of them, too, including the Immaculate Reception, of course. But they'll squib it. Pittsburgh going to return it. Benny Snell, time's going to run out, and that does it for the first half. Be 10-3 Raiders at halftime. Pittsburgh gets the ball back to begin the second half. They'll retire Franco Harris at 32 here at halftime. And these are now your first half stats and scores. With the Raiders up 7. The difference is their opening drive touchdown. They went 70 yards in about 8 minutes, and they went up 7-0. Since then, 2 field goals combined total with both teams. I mean, really, it could be 10-6. Pittsburgh missed a 43-yarder, made a 44-yarder. Carlson for the Raiders just made a 40-yarder. Halftime, 10-3, your score. Derek Carr and Kenny Pickett, along with Josh Jacobs, who Pittsburgh has seemingly stopped since the start of the game, which is a, good thing. But then also Najee Harris to Devontae Adams, Deontay Johnson, Waller to Freiermuth. Carr's 9 of 17, 116 yards passing and a touchdown. Been sacked only once, has had all day to throw. Steeler defense, they need more pressure on 4 for sure. His passing touchdown was to Hunter Renfrow, who has only 1 catch for 14 yards. Josh Jacobs, 8 carries, 29 yards rushing. Carr himself also has 3 carries for 14 yards rushing. And then Waller, 34 of his 45 yards receiving on 2 catches. Came on that big reception to set up the field goal just prior to halftime. So 2 catches, 44 yards receiving for Waller. Foster Pernot, also tight end, 2 of 19. Amir Abdullah, catch for 17 yards. Devontae Adams, only 2 of 15, but targeted a total of 6 times, the most of any Raider receiver this evening. Renfrow, catch for 14 yards and a touchdown. Jacobs, a catch for 6 as well. Max Crosby leads them in total tackles, as they also have 2 tackles for loss, but no sacks just yet on Kenny Pickett. So hopefully that stays true. But then Carlson, 1 for 1 on field goals, and also good on an extra point from 33 yards out. So 10-3. They lead it at halftime. The Steelers on the flip side, Kenny Pickett 8 of 12, 65 yards passing. Najee Harris has 8 carries, 35 yards rushing, which a couple, 10, 15-yard runs. Eventually you're hopefully going to break one off. It's all going to add up. When they can run the football, the Pittsburgh Steelers are going to win. When they can't, they're going to lose. Plain and simple, end of story. That's how it's been since early November, since the bye week. When they're 4-2. The 4 wins, they've had a running game. The 2 losses, they haven't, and they've lost. Whether they've been 1-score games or not, they still lost. Okay? And it starts up front. The Steelers have to be able to run the football here tonight. As a team, 65 yards on 16 carries. Jalen Warren also has 5 carries for 22 yards rushing himself, but keep at it in the second half. Run the football. You're in another 1-score game. You got to find a way to win these close 1-score games, as they have, but at times they haven't. They're 6-8, just as the Raiders are, in a must-win situation for both teams. Win or go home. The loser's going to fall below 500, even if they would win out the rest of the year. Be a losing season, and you're not making the playoffs. If you win out, get a lot of help potentially, maybe you do make the playoffs. But that's a ways away. You still got to take care of business first off here tonight. Half down, have to go with 30 more minutes to play. They're going to retire 32 here in a minute. Well, they said they'll show it to us, so we'll see if they stick to it or not. But yeah, Pickett 8 of 12, 65 yards passing. Najee Harris 8 carries, 35 yards rushing. Jalen Warren 5 carries, 22 yards rushing. And then Deontay Johnson, 3 catches, 39 yards, along with Freiermuth having 2 catches and 10 yards. But now they're going to retire Franco Harris's 32, as this was the plan. And then he unexpectedly died on Tuesday night, Wednesday morning. On also what was his former college football coach's and Joe Paterno's 96th birthday, who he idolized and stuck up for, JVP 409 forever. Franco has a statue. We are still searching for the other, but the 1972 team on the field, and they'll retire Franco Harris's 32, as his family with his wife and son are also, I might add, in attendance. But Franco's 32, going to become only the 3rd Steeler number ever to be retired. As Art Rooney II.
It wasn't supposed to be like this.
No, it wasn't.
Big man was supposed to be standing here right next to me. But I want to thank Dana and Doc for being here tonight, for sharing Franco with us for the last 50 years.
From Ernie Stautner, as they show off Mean Joe Green, who had his number retired back in 14.
Life will bring you sorrow.
And now Franco Harris.
It's up to us to bring the joy. Franco,
and the joy would be a win tonight. Had the Immaculate Reception 50 years ago. Why not a Christmas miracle on Christmas Eve?
both on and off the field. It's my honor to declare number 32 is officially retired.
32 is retired. In the black and gold Pittsburgh Steeler history, never to be worn again.
This number 32 jersey to Dana and Doc.
Franco chant from the crowd as they'll hug it out. Emotional for sure. As they pose for a few pictures. And now they're going to show a video. Oh shit, they're going to take a fucking commercial break. God damn it. Alright, let's go to Steelers social media. I know they're streaming this. See if I can get it pulled up here real quick. See if we can also watch this video real quick.
And spend quality time at the same time.
Because you would think they'd be showing that video.
Week 16 continues Christmas Day with a triple header starting at 1 p.m. Eastern.
There it is.
Every Sunday you watch us. But just so you know, we see you too. We see you in the ninth ward.
Come on.
My name's on your back. My picture's on your wall. We see you.
It's basically just all the highlights, you know, we've seen this week as it is. You know, Mean Joe Green saying Franco was the heart and soul of the team, and when he, you know, came from Penn State, they became the Steelers. Myron Cope, of course, buffering for whatever reason. But it's just all the same highlights, you know, we've already seen this week as it is. But, you know, why not want to watch it again, especially as a retired jersey.
In the community, you know, give some hope, share some grief. That's how we're going to get past this.
The whole world watches us.
Yeah, so from the Immaculate Reception to...
They're going to see you too.
It's about how many yards he gained. All he cared about was winning.
Some guys are
Yeah.
big game performers, and that was Franco. When the game's on the line,
Winning, winning, and winning.
was a great teammate. He, in his mind, could see us getting to that playoff.
Yeah, because you go from,
Really spurred the
we'll see if they
team's
show it on the
success.
phone network or not. No. Yeah, this ain't working right. I'll have to watch it later. Which is a bummer right now, but oh well. They're going to show us some highlights from earlier. We're going to get to those scores in a minute as well, but I'll leave that at that. Just go to Steelers social media and I'll say if you want to, check that out. But, I never saw it because I'm not old enough. Franco played live, whether that be in college at Penn State, as a Penn State fan myself, or in the NFL with the Pittsburgh Steelers, as a Steeler fan myself as well. But, a bell cow running back that you knew when he got the football, it was defensively going to be a tough time bringing his ass down. For as big as he was, about 6'2", 6'3", 230 pounds. I mean, back then, that's one big son of a fucking bitch. It is. And, all right. Second half going to kick off here shortly. But as mentioned at the start, yeah, Franco, you always knew he was, somewhere. You know damn well he was here tonight in spirit now. But he was always out in the community. I mean, I never met him personally. I mean, I've seen him if I've been somewhere, though. Just in, a walking by instance, whether that be at Penn State or in Pittsburgh for that matter. And just, from all the stories that, we've heard now, since Wednesday morning, from the player to the person, just a good guy overall. And I think, honestly, that's probably what he's going to be remembered for most, rather than, the Hall of Fame running back that he was, even though he's a damn good running back at that. Okay, first round pick out of Penn State in 72. And he wasn't even the number one back here in State College, right here in Happy Valley at Beaver Stadium. Beaver Field, if you will, in University Park. Because Lydell Mitchell, who then got drafted by the Baltimore Colts and played for them, he was, the starter, a 1-2 punch. But, Franco had, an early success under Joe Paterno and Chuck Noll with Penn State and the Pittsburgh Steelers in the late 1960s and throughout the whole entire decade of the 1970s. And it was by running the football. And then, damn good defense as well. Because especially for the Steelers, I mean, the Steel Curtain, bringing it down 4 Super Bowls in 6 years. Yeah, the offense was good. And it was Bradshaw quarterback, but it started with a running game with Franco. And then, as mentioned, once, Swan and Stallworth arrived, okay, you have them too. But, from Mean Joe Green to Jack Lambert to Jack Ham to Mel Blount. And if I'm missing anybody, fill me in. But, those are your main pillars, your main, players. L.C. Greenwood, for that matter, as well. Pittsburgh doesn't retire numbers that often. Once again, Franco's only the third player to have that honor, as some of his 72 teammates and tiers. As you would have to think, yeah, Lambert, Ham, Bradshaw, Rocky Blyer, a Vietnam vet, even, Swan, Stallworth, Mel Blount, everybody I mentioned, and then some. You go from those 70s Steelers. I mean, they were still, pretty good in the 80s and 90s, but they just weren't as good, And then you go from '04 to last year, no losing seasons, and all the damn good players there. Roethlisberger's number, along with Paul Amalu, you would have to think, are going to get retired at some point in time as well. It's just a matter of time. It's first time in 8 years since they've done it. And from 14 back to when they retired the first ever number back in the 60s, well, there's a big gap there, of course. But, it's a big honor because they don't do it a lot. They don't do it as much as other teams, for maybe just an average player. But maybe that player was good for that franchise, rightfully so. We're going to honor him. We're going to retire his number. He did something good for us, as Franco did for the Pittsburgh Steelers. He did play for the Seahawks in his final year. But a Hall of Famer. And, yeah, just as Art Ernie said, as you go from the Chief to Dan to Art 2, yeah, they honor 32, but and retire it. He's saying, yeah, because this has been planned. And then he, unexpectedly dies Tuesday night. Franco was, supposed to be here to see this. But maybe they can still go out and win it for him here and have a play. They're down 10-3 to begin the second half now. Touchback on the opening kick, be 1st and 10. Steelers from the 25-yard line. Right to left across your television screen. Radio and audio dial. Kenny Pickett. Deontay Johnson. George Pickens. Got to get Freiermuth involved a little bit more, I think, as well. But Najee Harris. Run the damn ball. 1st and 10, Pittsburgh from the 25 to begin the second half. Pickett looking to throw. Caught Freiermuth, and he gets a first down, just like that with ease. 11 yards, first down, Pittsburgh. As they, of course, show off the weather as well. It's doing what it did at the start of the game and it's done all game. It's cold and it's snowing. As Santa makes his rounds, maybe make a stop in North Shore and deliver a win. Pickett's pass caught by Jalen Warren. Got a flag on the play. Our first penalty of the fucking game. Comes with 14-14 to play in the third quarter. And it's going to be against the Steelers, unfortunately. Going to be pass interference on Freiermuth. Setting up a block for Jalen Warren. I don't know about that. Yeah, that's what he says. Maybe a hold, but not a pass interference. But a penalty is a penalty. It's going to back him up, but still. There's a fucking Gatorade cup on the field there they stepped on. 1st and 20 from the 25. And Pickett looking to throw down the middle, a little high and incomplete. So 2nd and 20. God damn. Yeah, how the hell does he miss him? He's wide open. Just a little too much and threw it behind him and got away from him too. It's a little high. Falls incomplete. I mean, yeah, if Deontay Johnson is, about probably 6 inches taller, he makes that catch, but just not that good of a throw. 2nd and 20. And Kenny Pickett looking to throw again. It's caught. Back to Freiermuth. And he gets to the 40. They'll have a 3rd and 5. All right, so they get the penalty yardage back on that reception. And they still got a 3rd and medium. Third and 5 is right. And as, of course, you see, don't know why I never brought this up, but of course they retire a jersey tonight. And they have a Hall of Honor. And they have, players and coaches and notable people. Nice catch by Pickens. Stays in bounds inside the 40. And first down Pittsburgh at the 35. So, all right. Just like that, there's a spark they need. Now you got to capitalize off of it. You got to score. You got to cut this lead, let alone tie it up. It's a whole new ball game then at that point. You tie this game up, this crowd's going to be even more into it. Yeah, he never stepped out. That's what. Right now, Pittsburgh can get this game into the fourth quarter. So you're saying there's a chance, Lloyd Christmas. Yes, I am. First down, Pittsburgh. Tomlin fired up. And we got an injured Raider, I believe, down on the field. Yeah, Chandler Jones, who had the game-winning touchdown last week against the Patriots. So, first penalty, first injury on this drive as well. But first and 10, Pittsburgh. Yeah, they got to score. I mean, they should only be down 4 right now, 10-6. Missed a 43-yard field goal and they made a 44-yard field goal on the next drive. Because then you kick another field goal, you're only down 1, then 10-9. And then even if they do score a touchdown, you're still only down 1, score at 8. You need to score, though. Whether that's field goal to cut it again, 10-6, let alone tie it up 10-10. You just got to give yourself a chance. Get the game in the fourth quarter. Keep up the momentum. Make sure it's on your side, not theirs. But you can have everything going for you and then not do anything with it, and then just, then you have nothing. You got to do something with it. So we'll see if they can, because all you need is a spark, All you need is one spark for a fire. All you need is one brick, start foundation. First drive, not so good, but the defense was out there, 8 minutes to begin the game. Offense was waiting, and then nothing to show for. They want us to take a water break, so we'll take a drink break, for that matter. But they just got to keep it going. Long story short, there's no other way to put it. It's 10-3. It's not over by any means. It's not, once again, 50-0, or anywhere in between. They're only down 7 here, but leave it at that. So first and 10 from the 35. And Kenny Pickett will hand off Najee Harris, and he'll lose a yard. Second and 11. It's only one play, but, you never want to go backwards. You want to go forwards. And now Chandler Jones is being carted off. They'll take him into the locker room. Hopefully he's okay. Of course, you never want to see anybody get hurt for that matter. But second and 11 from the 36. And Hayward in motion. Pickett looking his way, and then it's picked off. God damn it. And then out past midfield, Raiders first and 10 at the 46. So, yeah, that drive had a lot of firsts. First penalty, first injury, first fucking turnover. God damn, man. You can't be turning the ball over now. You should know that. But they do. You know, like, you got to keep it going. But now they rely on this damn defense way too damn much. They do. Now it's in the defense's hands to get a stop and get the ball back for them. Get a turnover, of their own. I mean, you could give up a touchdown, but then even at that point, 17-3 going late into the third, early fourth quarter when you haven't shown much. I mean, what's telling me, what's showing me, or any of us for that matter, they're going to do something, because there is nothing to show for at that. They got to force a field goal if they can, let alone nothing. I mean, they just like playing like this. They like shooting themselves in the foot and then finding a way to, figure it out. That's a tough one right there. They had, sort of, for the most part, everything going for them again. Another good drive. Back to the opening drive, nothing. But then a missed field goal and then a made field goal. And then, halftime. But then here to begin the second half, another good drive. You had a couple big plays. You were, not necessarily deep in Raider territory, but, you're in a good position to potentially get some points. And you don't have to see a replay, but it looks like as they take us from a full commercial now to a split-screen commercial, we'll get back to the action shortly. Just Pickett never saw the defender jumping the route, and he jumped the route, and the ball was already thrown and it's picked off. As mentioned, it was Connor Hayward, 83 at tight end, Cam's little brother, in motion. Pickett looked far side, away from him, and then came back to him. And Kenny Pickett's first INT since the Eagle game, Halloween weekend. So almost 2 months. We go from one holiday to another with skipping Thanksgiving, and Pickett with another INT, turning the ball over when he can't be. Doing that first in that car, over the middle, picked off by the Steelers. Arthur Merlette. So one play, they get the ball back. All right, so they... Hoo-wee. They get an answer. They get it right back. And, they still have life. Shouldn't say it that way after Franco just died, but they still have life. I was just about ready to say, you got to get pressure to Derek Carr. They still didn't. He, just dumps it off over the middle, and it's deflected on the tip. And they, are right there to make the catch on the interception. Millette's one in the back end. That he's, along with James Pierre, probably the two most reliable DBs they have other than Minkah Fitzpatrick. Najee Harris, he'll lose about 5, maybe 6 yards. He's second in a mile now. Because Edmonds is out. It's Minkah, it's Cam Sutton, Weatherspoon when he's healthy times. Levi Wall hasn't played back. Millette and James Pierre, who are damn good special teamers as well, and then they makes the pick. They show off the replays of 2 interceptions now. The first there by Pickett. They get the ball back one play later, and now got a 2nd and 16 because they go backwards again. Kenny Pickett complete. George Pickens. Pickett to Pickens connection. Say that 5 times fast. I have before, so I'm not going to again. But, yeah, back-to-back turnovers on back-to-back plays by both teams. We'll see if the Steelers can capitalize now off the Raider turnover. But at the same point in time, basically, you think about it, this is still the Steeler, opening drive of the second half because they only gave it away for a play defensively and then got the ball right back. And, hey, they rely on the defense too much, but at times, it'll work itself out. Which, work itself out more, you get more stops, but 3rd and 8, got to convert. Going to tuck it and run. No, he throws it. It's caught. First down, Deontay Johnson, the 40. So back to, square one. You got to get some points on this drive. You're, marching into Raider territory again. You can't be turning the ball over like you just did, because I can probably guarantee you the defense, both defenses probably aren't getting turnovers back to back like this. On back to back defensive drives now at that. Yeah, if he would have ran, he would have got the first down. He dumped it off, got it. First down to Pickens, or Johnson, excuse me. Pickens had the previous catch. But you got to get some points. You got to cut this lead, let alone tie it up. So under 10 to play in the third, 1st and 10 from the 40, handoff Najee Harris. And spin move on a missed tackle. Najee Harris going to get 8, maybe 9, and have a 2nd and short. They'll mark him out a little shorter than that, though. They'll say he stepped out of bounds. Be 2nd and 3.5, maybe 4, depending on the spot here. Yeah, well, somebody fucking block 98, not 87 Crosby, but Max Crosby. Crosby with the Pens, yeah, you root for him, but cracked cold one, missed tackle, and 2nd and 3, they say. 2nd and 3. Got to get it off. That's delay game unless they call timeout. And then they blow it. And now some pushing and shoving. But they'll probably say delay a game, back up Pittsburgh 5 yards, be 2nd and 8. Prior to the play clock expiring, Pittsburgh called a timeout, so they'll have 2 left. So they luck out. 2nd and 3. 8:48 to play in the third. Did the whistle like freeze or something like that? Because I didn't see no damn timeout signaled. But they give the Steelers a timeout. I guess thank God. But we'll see if that timeout comes back to bite them. Because they still got a full quarter and a half to play here. 2nd and 3 coming up. But, at the same point in time, you'd like to have a 2nd and 3 or the 3rd and 8, because you don't know what the hell's going to happen next. You might get a 3rd and short either way, let alone a 1st and 10 rather than a 4th and short if you would be going backwards here. But, yeah, we'll have to see if this timeout with 8:48 to play in the third comes back to bite them. But we are, in fact, in Steeler country on Christmas Eve. We'll get back to the numbers and all that in a minute, along with updating some stats and scores. But now they continue to go backwards. Credit to the Raider defense, but 3rd and 5 coming up. Got to get a first down, man. Take a shot. Hit the home run. But 3rd and 5 from the 35, you'd want to get a first down if you can, but if not, get a 3-4 yard gain and kick field goal again. Pickett. He had simple dump off Najee Harris and then nowhere to go. So here comes Boswell for about a 53-54 yard field goal, it looks like, on 4th and 4. 1 of 2 tonight. Offense going to stay out there for the time being. I'd like the points. All right, they will kick the field goal. And they'll say officially from the 34-yard line, 44. Yeah, about a 52, 53-yard field goal. It's either 7 or 8 yards from the snap to the hole to the kick. Plus, the yardage to the goal line, plus the 10 yards to the end zone. 52-yarder, no good, wide left again. It's the wind. They can't kick in that direction. They can't. So 10-3, as it was at halftime, with 7:17 to play in the third quarter here. Basically, okay, that was one full Steeler drive. Even though they did turn the ball over, they got it back. One play later on turnover themselves, but neither team capitalized off turnovers. So we still sit at 10-3, and the Steelers don't get anything out of it coming out of halftime. And now the Raiders are going to get the ball back with a 7-point lead. They have a touchdown and a field goal. Steelers have a field goal along with 2 missed field goals. And the touchdown on their opening drive right now is the difference. They got to continue to force pressure. They got to get to Derek Carr for one. And they got to stop the run. But he has all day to throw. And if you're going to give him all day to throw, you better be covering well. They lucked out on the interception because the ball was tipped and they were just right there to pick it off. But they got to get pressure. Pressure into turnovers, punching the ball out on the run to, force fumbles. Just, they got to get some more turnovers. I mean, they got one right there. Why not get more? The Raiders got one off you. They didn't get more there on that drive as you got the ball right back because they turned it over themselves. But still for the taking. Still a lot of football left. Surprised that's the first time I said that tonight. Took us this long, but here we are. But there is still a lot of football left. There is. It's 10-3. 7 and change to play in the third. But, yeah, defensively, relying on them, they're going to have to get stops. And then it comes back down to turnovers and special teams, as I've been saying all night, as I always say, for the most part anyway, for that matter. So, just, frustration with the turnover. And then, okay, they get it back one play later, another turnover, but then they do anything with it. That's why it's still sort of the same drive to begin the second half, which, ended in a turnover, but then ended in a missed field goal. So nothing. 0. Big goose egg. Lump of coal. Still 10-3. So, yeah, defensively, they got to get some stops here. Cam Hayward had a sack earlier. Millette with the interception. These middle backers again, man. Haven't said Alex Highsmith's name at all tonight coming off the edge, but where's TJ Watt at when you need him? 1st and 10 Raiders from the 42. And Carr looking to throw. It's tipped by TJ Watt, almost picked off, but it falls incomplete. So I'm saying, where is TJ Watt at when you need him? He's had a quiet night. Hell, he's had a quiet season this year. Injured week 1, tore his pec. Didn't come back until after the bye because he got his knee scoped in the meantime. But even since he's returned, he's had a couple sacks here and there. He's made a few big plays, but he's still had a, quiet year. After the year last year, break the sack record and winning the defensive player of the year. 2nd and 10 after the incompletion. Carr again looking to throw. Complete to Renfro, missed tackle by Cam Sutton, and then about an 8-9 yard pickup, be 3rd and short for the Raiders as they show off the immaculate reception. Yeah. There's Franco catching the ball. But that was the rolling back then. If an offensive player touched it, the next offensive player to touch it, it wouldn't have mattered. It would have been incomplete. That's just how the roll was. And Frenchie actually admitted post-game that he touched it. But hey, you win some, you lose some, I guess. But honestly, to force that ball off the deflection back as far as it went to the time Franco caught it, you think about it, had to have been the hit from Jack Tatum as Derek Carr finds Renfro again, another Raider first down. So just when they start to cover him as he comes out for this play, they're going to go right back to the tight ends and Darren Waller and Foster Moreau. But then even Devontae Adams. But Mac Hollins is somebody who doesn't have a catch tonight for the Raiders. Got a flag on the play. A delay of game, false start. 5 yards replay down, false start, 5 yards. So 1st and 15 now for the silver and black. But no, from Mike Webster to Terry Bradshaw to Frenchie, with the Tatum hit, Franco and touchdown, the Steelers won. And that was next door in the parking lot. To where this game is being played at right now at Heinz Field in Pittsburgh, in the Steel City. Ackershire, however the hell you want to fucking pronounce the stadium. 1st and 15. Nobody calls it that anyway, so it's still Heinz Field. From the 46. Handoff, Josh Jacobs, Jingleheimer, Schmidt. And 3 yards for him. 2nd and 12. 5:15 to play in the third. So, yeah. Defensively, that's what I'm saying. Where the hell is TJ Watt at? Even Alex Highsmith. They need pressure. They need to get Derek Carr. He's had all night. And they need to stop the run. Josh Jacobs only 9 for 32, they say now, after that 3-yard run. Yeah. Good start, but quiet since. Trips top your screen, 2nd and 12 out of the gun. All day on the play. And Carr will fake the give on the draw. Over the middle, is picked off again. And Minkah Fitzpatrick. 1st and 10, Pittsburgh, about the 30-yard line. 4:40 to play in the third. Still down 7, 10-3. And now a tale of two halves. Raiders with a 7-0 lead. Steelers cut it to 4 at 7-3. Hey, third time's a charm to Renfro. It's picked off. Pittsburgh ball when we come back, 1st and 10. But Pittsburgh's also missed 2 field goals. Raiders with a made field goal. It's been 10-3 since halftime. But now, at least Pittsburgh's able to drive. Raiders have turned the ball over twice now. Derek Carr, 2 interceptions the third quarter alone. So turnovers, difference. Even though their touchdown, with his touchdown pass to Renfro early, is the difference right now. We still got ourselves a ball game. And, hey, we've got another quarter and about 5 minutes to play. So, yeah, 19-40 overall. Steelers would have been 7 years into existence in that very year. World War II had just started. They had, of course, formed with Steagles at that point in time. But it still wasn't for another 32 years. Franco's 32. That they would have, won their very first playoff game. And that's another reason why I think, the play means, so much to the Steelers. Because of that. It was the first ever playoff win. It planted seeds to what the future would hold. But it's also stood the test of time. It's the number one play in NFL history. At least it was voted that for NFL 100 a couple years ago, back in 2019. The Steelers, it's the immaculate reception. The Raiders, it's the immaculate deception. They beg to differ that was a legal catch. Whether he caught it or not, and then a touchdown, and then once again, John Madden being told by the officials that they didn't know what happened. So then the phone call was made. Who knows who they called, because nobody knows. But then even not having replay 50 years ago, and the game being played at noon, and unless you were there or listened to it on the radio, you didn't get to see it live on TV until the next morning on tape delay on NBC. Here we are on NFL Network tonight. But, yeah, the immaculate reception ended up being the first ever Steeler playoff touchdown, which led to the first ever Steeler playoff win, and planted the seeds, for the Steelers dynasty, at least the 1970 Steelers. They went to 4 Super Bowls in 6 years and won 4 Super Bowls in 6 years, from 9 and 10 to, as they'll have a 1st and 10 at the 29 to begin this drive. Pickett looking to throw down the middle. Oh my God, almost picked off again. Intended for Deontay Johnson. A bullet, incomplete, 2nd and 10. But yeah, they won back-to-back Super Bowls twice in the 70s. 74 and 75 and 78 and 79. Won 4 and 6 years. Super Bowls 9, 10, 13, and 14. Beat the Vikings, the Cowboys twice, and the Rams. Of course, throughout history, they've been to 8 Super Bowls, won 6, lost to the Cowboys, lost to the Packers, but also beat the Seahawks and the Cardinals with Ben Roethlisberger, 2nd and 10. And that damn good Steeler defense they had in 05 and 08 as well, which was the best in the league at the time. But another incompletion by Kenny Pickett, 3rd and 10. So, yeah, just a whole lot of nothing, basically. They show off all the miscues. Yeah, they have those missed field goals. They're down 1 right now. Made field goal gives them a lead going in the 4th. But 3rd and 10. Yes, we know they got to win out and get a lot of help to make the playoffs, but just win out to get above 500 and have a losing season. Because they lose tonight, first losing season since 2003. 3rd and 10. Kenny Pickett batted down, incomplete, so they'll punt. So can't do anything with that interception either. Son of a bitch. 3 straight throws and 3 straight incompletions. Where's the run game at? Don't abandon the run at this point. Keep it at it. Keep it up. So here comes Presley Harvin in his blue Christmas, blue suede shoes. And a return from the 16-yard line. Renfro about doubles that to the 30, and the Raiders will have a 1st and 10. 4 minutes to play in the 3rd quarter. Still up 7, 10-3 your score. So we'll get back to the action momentarily. And we got a close one in the Hawaii Bowl on ESPN as the college football bowl season continues as mentioned. And be sure to go check out my college football bowl game preview. And thank you for tuning in and watching. Be sure to like, follow, and subscribe on social media. Links in the description below. As I was saying, yeah, Frenchie admitted post-game the ball hit him. Which then in 1972, with how the roll was wrote and how it's read, how it still is nowadays for rolls, it would have been an incompletion. But Franco caught it. The Steelers won. And as mentioned, the Raiders still seemingly haven't got over it. But as they say, the rest was history. Maybe it was a catch. Maybe it wasn't a catch. Guess we'll never know. But it was a catch on the field. Touchdown. Steelers won. And immaculate reception, number 1 play. All-time in NFL history. Throughout the first 100 years. 100 years from now? Who knows? We're not going to be here anyway. So, there's that. But, yeah, from the immaculate reception to the immaculate deception. Franco, and I quote, post-game said, right place, right time, and a little bit of luck. But since then, as mentioned, number 1 play in NFL history throughout the first 100 years. Raiders will beg to differ. But, at the same point in time, Al Davis as an owner, go watch his ESPN 30 for 30. There's always been something up with the Raiders thinking they've been screwed over by the NFL. And rightfully so at times, too. They are one of the NFL's best franchises, no doubt about it. It's better for the league when they're good. And they're better than the Steelers right now, up 10-3 as we near the end of the 3rd quarter. But, as Steelers have one of the most diehard fan bases, go to the black hole. Go to the Death Star, as they call it, in Sin City now. I think the Steelers are going to need a little luck, rolling some dice in this final 20 minutes or so to, come back and win this game. But still only down 7, 10-3. 1st and 10 Raiders from the 29. They bring down, there's TJ Watt. Josh Jacobs on attack for loss. Be 2nd and long, 2nd and 13, make it. But, yeah, just overall, with that being said, it shows you what 1 play did for the Steelers, but also did for the Raiders because they were pissed off. The 10 years after that, they went and won 3 Super Bowls. So, 2nd and 13. There's a fucking hold on 66 again. Throw the damn flag. Be 3rd and 9, 10, 30. But, John Madden, from coach to broadcaster to, video game icon, mogul, passed away right after Christmas last year. Franco dies, this past week. There's been others that have, gone as well, but the Raiders have still had their success. No doubt about it. Renfro on the reception first down. But no doubt about it, the Steelers, benefited from it more. Because like I said at the start, the 25 years prior, just got to cover his ass. But just as soon as you cover him, somebody else is going to be open. And Matt Collins is that guy. I'm telling you, watch out for him. He doesn't have a catch yet tonight. 1st and 10 Raiders from the 41. Murnau in motion. Out of the eye, handoff Jacobs. And they have a lead, and they're on the road in the cold, and they're running the football, and rightfully so. Why the hell not? And now Minkah Fitzpatrick brings them down to the 23-yard line. Jesus Christ. There's a flag on the play. This might be coming back for a hold. Let me guess. It's on number 66. It's been a hold all night. Personal foul, face mask actually on the Raiders. And it was on Foster Murnau. 15 yards, they'll replay the down, 1st and 10 Raiders, so take off that run. Arguably the biggest play of the game by either team at this point. Yeah. Yep, for sure. Maybe not at first, but as the play progressed, yeah, that was a penalty. So 1st and 25, for sure, that was a big play. Big blow to the silver and black. And they'll spot the ball now on the left hash. I think the Raiders want it in the middle of the field. So they'll spot the ball back after the penalty. They'll put it on the right hash, back with a 26. It's like a 50-yard penalty. Complete to Waller. He gets 4 to the 30. Back to the original line of scrimmage. And it's 2nd and 21 now. Yeah, that's a big penalty for them. For sure. So 2nd and 21 from the 30. Telling you, pressure. They bring 4. Carr's pass caught again to the 39. Darren Waller and Bush. And who else is on that tackle? Levi Wallace. Yeah. Devin Bush and Levi Wallace on the tackle. This might be the biggest third down in the game. 3rd and 12 with 50 seconds and counting. Still 10-3. We've been deadlocked at it since halftime. As we near the end of the third quarter with 15 to play. 3rd and 12 from the 39. And they finally do get to him. And it's Alex Highsmith. 4th and a mile, and they'll punt to begin the fourth quarter because they're not going to have to snap it here again at the end of the third because the game clock's under the play clock. So, still deadlocked as we were, 10-3 at the end of 3. Steelers going to get the ball back and, from getting turnovers but not being able to do anything with it to miss field goals to making stops. Got to do something now. You got 15 to play and you're still down 7. Ball's in your court. Even though Pittsburgh, hasn't done much, it feels like they've done a little bit more than the Raiders have. Raiders, yes, have gotten a few first downs, but Carr's thrown 2 picks, takes a sack there, got a punt now on 4th down. A blocked punt would be awesome right now, let alone a big return. They could use some good field position. They could. I mean, even with clock management at this point, if you would score and take up a bunch of time, it might come down to whoever has the ball last might win this game on a game-winning field goal. So I mean, you don't really want to take up too much time. I mean, you do, but you don't, because you don't want to give them the ball back, and then they score, and then you don't have anything to show for because you're down. Then time ain't on your side, and et cetera, et cetera. They're in a tough spot because, well, they haven't done shit for the most part, but they're still in a tough spot as time's ticking away. They definitely got to do something on this drive. If not, and then the Raiders, kick a field goal, score a touchdown, go up 13-17-3. Game's honestly probably over if you think about it. Unless, they get some sort of another miracle. Which, like I said at the start, I'm not going to be surprised, if we do get something crazy to happen, in this game tonight. For whatever it is, one way or another. It just has that feeling for whatever reason. But yeah, man, they got to do something. And if not, you're packing your bags with 2 games left. Season's over for the most part. Losing season for the first time since 2003, and the Raiders, even with a win tonight, they got a tough schedule. They still might not even make the playoffs for that matter. But of course, want to say thanks to the Raiders for one, because the Steelers needed help with winning, themselves late last year to make the playoffs, and the Raiders gave them that help. And then they both made the playoffs, and then they both lost in the wild card round. And now they're meeting tonight, but as they show off what's at stake, of course, the Steelers are going to be eliminated from playoff contention with a loss. Raiders, okay, a loss and then wins and ties and all that with what's to come this week with 4 more games we played after what we've seen already today. As they'll spot the ball at about the 45-yard line. So bad punt by the Raiders. Pittsburgh going to have to go 55 yards from starting at the 45-yard line in their own territory. 1st and 10 with 14:54 to play. Down 7. It's 10-3. But season on the line. What are you going to do? It's still snowing. It's been cold out for a good 2 days now. Football weather, though. And in football weather, you're on the football. And they will with Najee Harris. And he gets a yard. All right, so Kenny Pickett's going to have to make some plays here too. And guess what they haven't done at all yet tonight? And it's go deep. They need a dagger. They need a deep shot. It wouldn't be a dagger to put them away. It'd be a dagger to, keep giving yourself a chance, tie this game up. They need to score. Whether that's a field goal or a touchdown, they need points on this drive because a field goal would cut the lead again. Touchdown then, if they hold them, okay, you win the game for the most part. But then field goals at the end of the day aren't going to cut it, so you got to score. You can't settle for 3 all the damn time. They've gotten too accustomed to doing that the past month. 2nd and 9. Najee hurdles. Inside the 40 he goes. 1st and 10, Pittsburgh. You're going to go low. I'm going to go high, and I'm going to get a first down. And a powerhouse. Over 39 Hobbs for a Steeler first down. And Najee Harris. We'll see if he puts the team on his back here. Will run it again, 1st and 10. And up the middle he goes for 3, 2nd and 7. But now flag on the play and got a hold. And it's on Kevin Dotson, the left guard. Thank you. See if it was a good hold or not. Yeah. Easy call. So they'll replay it down. 1st and 20. Yep. Back at the 47-yard line. Out of the pistol, Pickett looking to throw. Far side, caught. Deontay Johnson. So they get the penalty yardage back. 2nd down and 10.
So explosive, so quick in and out of his breaks. See right here, just push as if you're running a go route. Put on the brakes. Good throw up over the top of that linebacker by Kenny Pickett.
They say 2nd and 9. So they get the 10 yards on the hold back, +1. I'd like a +7 on the scoreboard though right now. From the 36, 2nd and 9. And Kenny Pickett, delayed draw up the middle. And Harris to the 32 for 4, maybe 5. 3rd and medium. 3rd and about 4, 4.5, 5, depending on the spot. Yep.
Certainly if you're Pittsburgh, loser out. If you're Vegas, if Miami wins.
3rd and 5 from the 32. You know, we know the situation at this point. It's must win. That's all that needs to be said. Pickett rolls out. Caught. Jalen Warren, 1st down Steelers at the 25. Just, you know, sat there, waited. And then he got open and dumped it off to him, and he was getting pressured and complete and 1st down. Some good protection, and then, you know, the pocket collapsed, but found him open and, you know, got it to him, and he caught it in 1st down. So you got to score here. I'm telling you. Because they've left points off the board tonight. You can't leave any more off the board now. You got to score. 1st and 10 from the 25. And Kenny going to hand off. And Jalen Warren for a yard. If that. 2nd down and 9. 11 minutes to play. It's been a while, once again, since the Steelers have had a losing season. 2003. Be 20 years next week. But they were used to being, you know, the worst team until the Immaculate Reception happened. Because once again, as mentioned, they had 25 years of sub-500 records with 1 playoff appearance and 0 playoff wins from 1933 to 1972. That's 39 years. And now on the, 50 cents, once again, they've had the most wins in the National Football League. Only 7 sub-500 records. Last in 2003, that passing complete, almost picked off. But be 3rd and 9, got another injury on defense. So I'll reset the clock. Looks like they'll take a timeout as well. 10-3 Raiders. Yeah, 10:31 to play. They had 7 seconds. Actually, 10:32. But they'll take a break, and we'll get back to it shortly. And in the meantime, we'll continue on with what I'm saying. As once again, lost tonight, would give the Black and Gold their first losing season in almost 20 years. I mean, that's 18 years of Roethlisberger. No losing seasons. 3 Super Bowl appearances and 2 Super Bowl wins. Kenny Pickett, the quarterback. They don't have a running game for him until late in the year. Battled injuries. Defense, giving up more points than the offense has scored. Because they have more losses than they have wins. Yeah, streaks are, meant to be broken. But not in this regard, not in a bad way. But it is what it is, and that's why the game's played. But they still got, 10 to play tonight, 2 more games next week. But it's a thing, they've had a lot of close losses this year. Those are wins right now, which they're not, of course, because they're not. They're 6-8. But if those, 2, 3, 4, 5 point losses, they have this year, all within one score. Those losses, they're arguably right now a fucking wild card. Not even deep on the outside looking in, like the last team that, is in the hunt. Like, had a 2-point loss 2 weeks ago, had a 3-point loss week 2, had a 4-point loss in Pickett's first action, had a 6-point loss and a 7-point loss this season, I might add as well. We'll come back on the schedule. They got to get over that hump. They've had a lot of close games. They got to find a way to win these close games, and I've been saying it a lot. And no doubt about it, I'm tired of saying it. But what can I do? Just it's tough, and yeah, tough shit. Coulda, woulda, shoulda, blah blah blah. Just they got to score here, man. I'm telling you, they don't score, season's for the most part over. Even with 2 divisional games, next couple weeks, Baltimore's already at the playoff spot. Whether it's going to be as the division winner or as a wild card, still yet unknown. Browns were eliminated earlier. Pittsburgh with a loss going to be eliminated as well, but they got a 3rd and 9 here, 10:31 to play. Down 7, 10-3 with 2 timeouts. Gunner in motion. Got to convert first off, let alone score. Pickens, Freiermuth maybe. If not, go back to Deontay Johnson, who's been reliable tonight. Kenny Pickett over the middle caught George Pickens, but brought down the 22-yard line. Going to be short. 4th down. Kick it. Take the points. 10.5 to play. You got to kick the fucking field goal. And here comes Boswell again. He's 1 of 3 tonight. Made from 44, but missed from 43 and 52. And this is going to be 22-32, about a 39, 40-yard field goal, give or take. We'll see what they say. But this is towards the river rather than the hills. And missed in the other end. 40-yard field goal officially, they say. Raiders made a field goal down this way. Boswell's kicks up and good. So 10-6. He makes their 2 field goals. That's for the lead right now at 12-10. If everything else goes the way it has. Their touchdown they gave up to the Raiders on the opening drive and their 2 missed field goals is what's biting them in the ass right now on Christmas Eve. With about 10 minutes to play, the Steelers are down 10-6. Going to need another stop on defense. Rely on this damn defense way too damn much, let me tell you. But the Raiders are going to look for that home run just as they did against the Steelers last year late in the game. And then it's going to be too late. They'll be up 13, 17, 6. I mean, if they can hold them to field goal, still only down 7, touchdowns ties it. Give a touchdown, game's over. Season's over. They hold them to nothing. Field goal ain't even going to cut it. They still got to score a touchdown. Okay? They've come this close. Can they get any closer is the question. Can they find a way to win another close game here tonight? Or are they going to let it slip away and lose another close game as they've done numerous times this season? They're 6-8, when arguably, they should probably have at least 9, 10, maybe even 11 wins right now. You think about it. That's how close it's been. But they're not wins, they're losses. Reap what you sow, dug your hole, you might as well lay in it. So, yeah. Got to get a stop on defense. So, 10-6 now your score. About 10 minutes to play. A defensive and special teams type of game. The Raiders have the lone touchdown to begin the game. Derek Carr with the passing touchdown. He's thrown a couple interceptions. Those capitalize off of them by any means. But they're lucky to have the Boswell's made, but they would no doubt about it love to have the 2 field goals missed right now. Because they have the ones he missed. They lead by 2. Raiders don't need a field goal. But then a touchdown then for the Steelers with them a score lead at pressure on the Raiders late. Game's probably over and the Steelers probably win that point. But 10-6. And it's time to wave those towels. And hopefully there's a hangman coming to Derek Carr. But the Raiders, everyone that is dressed in silver and black right now, is in fact a wanted man. So, oh mama. Let's see if Pittsburgh's defense is going to make the Raiders walk to the gallows, or if they're going to walk to the gallows themselves and put us all out of our misery at this point, or give us something to cheer about, and maybe a Christmas fucking miracle. Because they lose, they're out of the playoffs. It's officially a losing season for the first time in almost 20 years, and the season's over. Down 4, 10-6, 9:42 to play, 1st and 10 for the Raiders. Ball at the 29-yard line after the return. Carr gonna hand off Josh Jacobs, and he gets 4, maybe 5 yards. They're gonna run the ball, and rightfully so. Why shouldn't they? They have a lead. Run the ball, work clock. I'd be doing the same damn thing. And that's what Pittsburgh can't stop late in the game, is in fact the run. They've gotten beat by it numerous times this year. Go back to the Baltimore game 2 weeks ago. Go back to the Patriot game week 2. One-score games there. That's what's killed them the most this year. Offensively, not being able to run the ball, and defensively, not being able to stop the run. It starts up front in the trenches. You got to be able to block. You got to be able to protect your quarterback. You got to be able to have to get after the opposing quarterback. They got to get to Derek Carr here. 2nd and 6. Pass caught. Mac Hollins for the first time tonight. 1st and 10 Raiders. 8:50 to play. First and 10 Raiders from 39. And they'll hand off. And Adams and Spillane bring down Jacobs. Empty set, 2nd and 8. Carr wants the ball. He'll get it. And then Minka Fitzpatrick gonna bring him down along with Cam Hayward on the sack. Minka did a hopscotch maneuver. He was going to try to bat the ball down. It looked like jumped up in the air as he got to him because Carr was going to punt fake. And then Hayward there as well to bring him down on the sack. So 3rd and 18. Man, a turnover would be nice right now. 3rd and 18 from the 32. Carr looking to throw. That's a hold. He dumps off. It's caught. Tackle him. And they will. Gang tackle at the 40-yard line. The Raiders are going to have to punt. So Pittsburgh is going to get the ball back. Going to have about 6 minutes or so to play. Going to have to go the distance with 2 timeouts and the 2-minute warning, and a touchdown wins the game. They need one of those drives right now. They need a drive like they had to begin the second half last week. Take up all the time you need. Balance. Run the ball. Air it out. Don't turn it over. That's what nothing stupid. No muffed punt right now. No turnovers. But the Raiders will punt on 4th and 8. And Steven Sims from the 13 on the return. And he'll get to about the 21. So 1st and 10 Pittsburgh from there. Officially 5:56 to play. Raiders lead by 4, 10-6. And now Kenny Pickett and the Steeler offense with Najee Harris, Deontay Johnson, along with George Pickens. Freiermuth had a quiet second half, I might add. But field goal ain't going to cut it. You've kicked 4 field goals, made 2, so you missed 2. That's what, right now, if you have those 2 missed field goals, touchdown wins you the game. You go up 19-10, that's 2 scores. They have no chance for the most part. You know, because time ain't going to be on their side. Even if they have timeouts, they're still down 2 scores. They need a touchdown, get the ball back, and score again. Whether that be a field goal or a touchdown at that point, doesn't matter because we're not in that situation. We're at 10-6. Man, they would love to have those 2 missed field goals right now. But at the same point in time, you can't settle for 3. You can't. You got to score. And you definitely got to score now because the field goal ain't got to cut it. Kick another field goal, you're still down 1 at 10-9. And you have 2 timeouts. You know, who knows about 2-minute warning, whether, you know, you can even get the ball back at that point. You got to score a touchdown, and then you got to hold them to next to nothing, let alone a field goal, to tie to force overtime at that point, but nothing to win the game. You can't give them a touchdown because then, you know, they'd win the game. So it's coming down to the wire, and we'll see if the Steelers have a drive in them to march downfield. Let's go Christmas caroling. You know, 'twas the night before Christmas in Pittsburgh. Heinz Field, Acrisure Stadium. You know, the defense, man, just... You got to feel for them. You do. Because they're out there making plays. And then at times they're not, but when they are and then the offense ain't doing anything, it's like, what more can you ask for? You know? Like, you can't say, let alone do anything else. Like, that's on, you know, the offense to do something. So some will win, some will lose. Hopefully Pittsburgh's singing a victory song tonight. Handoff. Najee Harris up the middle. 2nd down and about 6 at the 25. But we'll see if they got it in them. You know, it's not about the size of the dog in the fight. It's about the size of the fight in the dog. 2nd and 6 from the 25. We'll see how much fight they got offensively here. Najee Harris up the middle. 4 yards again, so 3rd and 2 coming up. You got to get a first down. Got to get a first down. But they got to score. They can't settle for 3. They've settled for 3 way too damn much. And now it's costing them. Even if, you know, they have missed, they're only up 2. A lead's a lead. Touchdown ices it for sure. Field goal still gives Raiders a chance, but we're not in that situation once again. It's 10-6, 3rd and 2. They got to convert. Pickett looking to throw. Pump fake, and it'll be batted down and complete. Run! Rudolph's on the fucking bench. He knows how to run. He knows how to lead at times. Not by much, but god damn it. How the hell do you not run the fucking ball? Green grass in front of you. How do you not get a first down on that? 4th and 2. Watch them run a fake. They're going to punt. 4:40 to play. But, oh my god, he had green grass in front of him. Take off and run. He didn't do it against Miami. He's not doing it tonight either. Harvin punts. And now back to relying on this defense once again. At least there's 4:32 to play. They got 2 timeouts and a 2-minute warning. Still only down 4. But, man. And, yeah, all the Raiders are going to do is run the football. And rightfully so. They're going to work clock. How do you not get a first down? And this defense has to get another damn stop. As the Steelers in the 70s were known, for the steel curtain. Well, they got to bring it down now. 1st and 10 from the 24. Out of the eye, they toss near side, Jacobs. And then tackled by Hayward and Spillane. Be 2nd down. Just a blue-collar team. Just like the city. Put your hard hat on, go to work. Second and 5. And the Steelers defense needing a stop. Another handoff. Jacobs, they make a tackle. No gain on the play. 3rd down and 5. Maybe the big play of the game coming up here. Hayward was being held by 66, and he still made the tackle. 3rd and 5. Need another stop. Come on, defense. For once, can you stop the run late in the game? And can you find a way to win these close games? Can you get the hell off the field? 3rd and 5. Carr. Incomplete. Clock stops with 3:02 to play. Why are you throwing? So Pittsburgh keeps their 2 timeouts. Going to get back with 3 minutes to play. That 3rd timeout, go remember 8:48 to play in the 3rd quarter. They had to burn one. They're going to get that 3rd timeout back with a 2-minute warning. And they're still only down 4, 10-6, and the touchdown wins the game. For once, can you score tonight? Can you block punt here? Maybe good return. Nothing stupid, though. No penalties, no turnovers. Move the ball. Fair catch by Sims at the 24. 1st and 10 Pittsburgh with 2:55 to play. 10-6 your score. Man, once again, they would love to have those 2 missed field goals. Be 12-10, and they could ice it with a running game. Work the clock, make the Raiders call their timeouts. They want. If they'd score, okay, even better, but they might not even have to score if they were in that situation. But once again, they're not because they missed those 2 kicks. They made 2. They're still down 4, 10-6. They got to score a touchdown to keep the season alive. So here we go. 1st and 10 Pittsburgh from the 24-yard line. Pickett down the middle, caught at the 30 by Najee Harris. The 2nd and 4. Clock's going to roll. 2:42 and counting. 2 timeouts. Got a 2nd and 4 coming up. 25 seconds on the play clock. So we'll see if we hang up our hats again, and here come the Steelers out of the huddle by any means. But yeah, they just wasted fucking 25 seconds. 2nd and 4, Pickett rolls out. Down the middle, caught Freiermuth at the 40. To the 45, to the 47, 1st down, Pittsburgh. Very loud, here we go. Steelers chanting as well, and then a Muth for 88. But let's go, keep it up. That'll probably take us a 2-minute warning. They're going to try to make sure if they score, there's no time left for them, even with 3 timeouts. Which I can understand working some clock, but you don't want to work a lot. But at the same point in time, I can understand. Yeah, you don't want to give them the ball back either. You want to score, and that's it. 2 minutes to play, 10-6 your score. Be 1st and 10 Pittsburgh at the 47-yard line. But a field goal ain't going to cut it. They need a touchdown. If they had one of the two missed field goals right now, a field goal would do it. They'd win at 12-10. They'd only need another, 25, maybe 30 yards or so, give or take, to be safe. Probably a little bit more, though, for Boswell with being 2 of 4 on field goals tonight. Yeah, and then not do anything off the interception. It's there for the taking. They need to score here. Come on, boys. Let's go. 1st and 10, Steelers on 47. Kenny Pickett gonna roll out. Boyd a sack. It's caught. Freiermuth, first down, Steelers. And then they say incomplete. And then the one guy says catch. It's a catch. So they'll concur and they say catch. First down, Pittsburgh. Raiders fans are probably having a damn heart attack right now. One said incomplete, one said catch. They're probably like, well, what is it? History's repeating itself. We're under 2 minutes. No challenges, but they'll take a look up above. Previous plays under further review of if it's a catch or not. They said catch on the field. They have to find indisputable evidence to return it. Freiermuth catches it. Left knees down. And then, of course, Pickett's in the way. And then his left elbow's inbounds right there. That's a catch. He has control and possession before his left forearm then goes out of bounds. That's a catch. And it's a catch on the field. They're not going to have enough to overturn that. That should stand. If they overturn this place is going to let them hear it. The refs are definitely going to be asking if there's security now. Yeah, the one ref said incomplete. The one ref said catch. Then they concurred, said catch. Now they're going to look at it. That's a catch. Yes. Well, his left knee's in, and then his left elbow's down. Right there. And that's a catch. He has control and possession, catch on the field. It should stand as a catch. They don't have indisputed evidence to return. That's a catch. It's first down, Pittsburgh. Ball out past midfield in Raider territory. Stanza's called. First down, Pittsburgh, minute 46 to play. Still got 2 timeouts, but a new set of downs. Let's keep it up. Let's keep it up. Win this for Franco once again. Be 1st and 10 for the 43-yard line. Kenny Pickett going to step up. And then, incomplete, almost picked off for Najee Harris. 2nd and 10. Yeah, the game's over. That's a bad ball. You can't be throwing that. He knows better. So incomplete, 2nd and 10. Come on, Pittsburgh. Kenny Pickett down the middle, caught Najee Harris. First down, Pittsburgh inside the 30. Still going inside the 25, down to the 23. 1st and 10. And that's a delay game on the defense. Call it. He's not letting them get up. Minute 20 to play. They'll spot the ball at the 24. 1st and 10. They still timeouts. Minute 11. Pickett gets a snap. Dumps it off again. Najee Harris. And he'll get out of bounds. Clock stops. Got a 2nd and medium. Minute 5 to play. And they're knocking on the door. Ding dong, hello. Santa's about ready to squeeze his fat white ass down everybody's chimney, but the Steelers are about ready to score and win this game. Second and 5 with 1:05 to play. Come on, Pittsburgh. Need a touchdown. But then probably going to need to stop on defense. Because the Raiders still have 3 timeouts, and then if the Steelers score extra points up and go, they're down 3 field goal ties, it would go to overtime. 5 from the 19. Pickett dumps off again. Najee Harris. He drops. That's incomplete. Or if they do say catch, he's going to lose 2 yards. Which they do say catch, he loses 2 yards. Be 3rd and 7, 50 seconds now. Now they got to call one of those 2 timeouts because they said catch. So 3rd and 6. Timeout Pittsburgh. Was it a catch or not? That's the big question. Intended for Harris. Who would have thought? At the 22-yard line. Did he catch it with his knees? Yeah, I don't know why he caught that. That ball is hitting that's incomplete. It's on the ground. And then they said catch, and the Steelers had to burn timeout because of it. And then, lost a yard too. It should be 3rd and 5 on 3rd and 6. Now they're looking at it. All right. We'll see if they say incomplete because it should be incomplete. The thing is, they said catch on the field, so once again, they have to find an indisputable evidence to return it. And then they'll have to reset the clock. They'll give the Steelers a time back, and it'll be 3rd and 5. Now, if it stands, it stands. It's 3rd and 6. They lose the timeout. We'll see how much time's on the clock. Probably the 53 that it is. But it's going to be 3rd down regardless for Pittsburgh. After review, it's incomplete. Thank you. Thank you. So they get the timeout back. They got 2 left. How much time's on the clock, though? It's 3rd and 5, but how much time's on the clock? 1:01. They add 8 seconds. All right, thank you. Third and 5. Freiermuth had a big drive. All right, Sims is in the ball game. No Najee Harris, Jalen Warren in. 3rd down reasoning. Pickens okay, but Deontay Johnson. And go forward with it on side to side. Get a 1st down. Score. 3rd and 5 from the 19. Pickett. Complete to Freiermuth. All right, I'll take it. And then that should be a 1st down. They'll win the clock. They're going to say short. Be 4th and inches. Get up there and fucking sneak it. Look at it, though. Can you measure? Bring up chain gang. Steelers call a timeout. So they'll get the timeout back just from a second ago. They'll use that. They'll still have 1 left. They say 4th and short. And now here's your ball game and here's your season. It's a catch for sure. And then he's down. Yeah, he probably is down about a half yard short. Because he's short. At least look at it. You look at everything else. You got to measure as well. Well, you got to go for it. You're not kicking a field goal. I mean, you would be kicking a field goal if you have at least one of the, 2 that you missed earlier, if not both of them. But 4th and a yard, I'm running it with Najee Harris up the middle. I'm not sneaking it with Kenny Pickett. Boykin to push him again? No. Another motion. They do sneak it with Pickett, but he might. They'll signal 1st down. Oh, that was close. I didn't think he got it at first. Raiders didn't think he got it either. But that's probably a damn good spot. I'll take it. I will fucking take it. Here's a better shot this angle. Oh, that's an easy 1st down. All right. Yeah. That's a first down for sure on this side. Yeah, right there. Yeah, all right. That hard to tell from the near side, but the far side angle, that's a first down for sure. And now the Steelers call their third and final timeout with 50 seconds. Pickett trying to keep his legs warm, but got a new set of downs, and a touchdown wins the game. Yeah, that's a first down. Right there. Yeah, that's a first down. Bush push to Boykin push. First and 10, Pittsburgh from the 14. Pickett looking to throw. Down the middle of the end zone, caught. Touchdown Steelers. George Pickens. 46 seconds. Raiders going to get it back. But this extra point's going to be crucial. Because if he makes it, it's a 3-point game. Raiders need a field goal to tie. Touchdown for them still wins it. But if he misses, a field goal for the Raiders would win the game. And Carlson has a leg on him. But remember, they're going to the hills. And neither kicker is made in that direction tonight because of the wind. On the money, too. Put that on a rope. Extra points up and good. 13-10 Pittsburgh with 46 seconds to play. Kenny Pickett to George Pickens for 6. Just a simple post. Middle of the field. Right in front of the ref. Right in front of the goalpost. Wide open. And Steelers polka. Dun, 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 dun. Now the defense going to have to get a stop. Good God. Come on, D. Where's TJ Watt at when you need his ass? I'm telling you. You got to get to Derek Carr. Poise. Kenny Pickett to George Pickens. Now defense has got to make a stop. And they win. They still got to win out to get a winning record, let alone help to make the playoffs. But return from about the 15. He stumbles, but first and 10 Raiders at the 30. And Marcus Allen on the tackle. He's had an eventful week, to say the least. And not the former Raider, the one who played at Penn State and blocked the field goal, and now is a special teamer with the Steelers, who had a penalty called against him last week. But he makes a stop there. So yeah, telling you, where the hell's TJ Watt at when you need him? First and 10 for the Raiders from the 29. Derek Carr avoids a sack. Pass far side. Caught by Adams, but no. He might have had one down, but not two. That would have been good at Fresno State 10 years ago, but not today in the NFL. Sutton and then Levi Wallace on the coverage. He caught it. Yeah. One in. Went left. And then he, touched out, and then the right might have drug. But it was out of bounds anyway. That's incomplete. Second and 10 Raiders from the 29. I'm telling you got to get to Derek Carr. 33 seconds. Derek Carr down the middle. Picked off. Cam Sutton. And the Steelers are going to win on Christmas Eve. And the season's still alive. Raiders still have 3 timeouts, but even with 29 seconds, they're not going to get the ball back. And the Steelers are going to win. Whew. Hallelujah. Yeah, Carr with another pick in the second half. Turnovers and special teams with the field goal is the difference. As thought at the start. What a game. What a game. They went deep down the middle as they did against them last year, and it worked. But not tonight. Intended for Renfro. It didn't look like Sutton caught it at first, but he came down with it, and it's picked off, and it's Steeler ball, and they can kneel it out from here, and they're going to win this evening and win their second straight. But they still got 2 more games. New Year's and then Week 18 against division rivals who they've already lost to this year, in the Ravens and the Browns. If they split with them, meeting once again, they would win these next 2 games. They get to 9-8. That's a winning record, along with, well, Pittsburgh gets unsportsmanlike conduct called against them. But then if you'd get help, maybe you do sneak into the playoffs one way or another. But still, what's hurting them is they got swept by the AFC East. Buffalo clinched the division earlier. Miami plays at home tomorrow against Green Bay. You know, they've lost a few in a row, though. The Patriots and the Jets seasons are, seemingly over. Pittsburgh going to hand off Najee Harris. 1st and 10, no game of play, timeout Raiders. So they still might get the ball back. We might have a punt return end the game, potentially. And some other. But yeah, they get an unsportsmanlike conduct with the celebration. Oh, yeah, I didn't even see him. Yeah, who the hell is that? Is that Marcus Allen again? No, I know it's not, because he just made a tackle on special teams. But oh, that's Terrell Edmonds. That's exactly who that is. That's Terrell Edmonds. And he's out tonight with an injury. Celebrate on the sideline. Just stupidity. But they can still run the clock out potentially if they get a first down. Handoff on an end around. And they do get it. Hayward down inside out past the 40. And they'll wind the clock, and that's all she wrote. That'll do it. They run an end around to the 3rd string tight end and Connor Hayward. And that's how the Steelers are going to hold on to beat the Raiders tonight. 13-10, but it was Pickett's touchdown to Pickens. And the Steelers win it. Final score as the clock strikes 13-10. Raiders 6-9. Season's over with for the most part. Steelers get to 7-8. Still got 2 more games. Baltimore and Cleveland. They win those. It's a winning record, winning season. Get some help, maybe make the playoffs. But win out. Still win out. You get the help, you get the help. If you don't, you don't. Coulda, woulda, shoulda, back to close games, to make the playoffs at that point. We'll talk about more about that later. But what a play call. They run a fucking end around to ice the game to the 3rd string tight end. And, yeah, that does it. And the Steelers come back and win it. So Christmas has come early. And they do remain alive at 7-8. And there's a bunch of 7-8 teams now in the playoff picture in the AFC, I might add. Kenny Pickett going to get interviewed. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Win it for Franco, and they did. We'll get some updated stats and scores on them as well, but I mean, yeah. 3 interceptions, 3 turnovers, as many sacks. Offense scored when they had to, but the defense made stops as well. And, hey, Merry Christmas. Whew. This is better than losing, I can guarantee you that. Say thanks to the Raiders once again for helping out the Steelers make the playoffs last year, but then, 13-10 your final score. Pittsburgh beats the Silver and Black tonight. Scored with 46 seconds to go. After 2 field goals early, 2 missed field goals, I might add as well. We wouldn't have had all that late with them scoring. Okay, but after the fact, game still would have been over. Like the Raiders wouldn't even, go fall back and then interception because they would have been up 2 scores if they would have had the, 2 made field goals they missed because it would have been 19-10. But it wasn't. It was 13-10 your final score. 13. The lowest points they've scored in a win so far this year. They've scored, anywhere from, 13 to 30, win or lose this year for the most part. Man, just what a game, what a win. They found a way to win. Start there, as they're going to give us post game. We'll see who wins the set. But if I'm Kenny Pickett, I'm continuing to wear 2 gloves as he does. But I'm continuing to wear that helmet and the visor the rest of, at least the season. As much as I don't like the design, seemingly able to see a little bit better there on the pass. Right on the money to Pickens. Caught the game-winning touchdown. And that is, in fact, I do believe, the first game-winning passing touchdown from Kenny Pickett. And the first ever, as well, game-winning receiving touchdown from George Pickens. And the duo, together, do it together. They're 5-2 since the bye. They've won 2 straight. They've won 3 of 4 again. But they still got 2 more games to go. Technically, it's his 3rd career game-winning drive, but a game-winning touchdown. Because he didn't start until the Bill game, which they lost. Got hurt when they came back to beat the Bucks. Lost a couple in a row before the bye week. And they had leads. They had leads against the Saints, the Colts, and the Falcons, along with the Panthers. And he didn't play last week anyway. So they say technically it's his 3rd game-winning drive, but I believe it's his first ever game-winning passing touchdown to win the game. And what Steelers fans hope can be many. And 4th and 1, he got the sneak, and then a couple plays later found Pickens from officially about 15 yards out. Poise for Pickett. 7 of 9, 75 yards and a touchdown on the final drive to win the game. And they're still alive as the snow continues to fall. So let it snow, let it snow, let it snow. Give a shit how cold it is now. I don't think they did either. The Raiders didn't care about anything coming into tonight's game other than winning. And they did a little early. But the Steeler defense just shut them out in the second half of my dad because they were up, remember, 10-3 at halftime. And then, Pittsburgh scored when they had to, scored the 10 in the second half, another field goal, touchdown to win it. I left 2 field goals off the board, but they found a way to win, so that's all that matters. A win's a win. And when you win, as the saying goes, lose you say little, win you say less. The standard is still a standard. And here we go, Steelers, here we go. We're not going anywhere, though. We got a lot to talk about here still. They went out and won it for Franco. They did. 23, not 32, but in reverse, there's that for you with the total points scored tonight. I didn't think it to be a game-winning touchdown drive. I didn't, but I did say, a couple times, like, it just has that feeling that something crazy might happen, and like, well, if that doesn't consider as crazy enough for you with a game-winning touchdown, as we had a few game-winning scores earlier today as well, I might add. I mean, then I don't know what is. As of course we still got a few more games we played this week. The Raiders at 6-9. They'll finish at either 8-9 or 6-11 or anywhere in between. They have the 49ers and Chiefs coming up, whereas Pittsburgh, they go to Baltimore a week from tomorrow on New Year's, a team they lost to 2 weeks ago, without Lamar Jackson, and hell, even without Tyler Huntley, but it was because they couldn't stop the run. We'll see statuses of players, then. But see, they should have beat the Browns on the road earlier this year. Another one-score game. And they should have beat the Ravens a couple weeks ago. And then these games now wouldn't be as must-win as they are. But they are, so they still need to win the must-win games if they want to win. And get to a winning record and, maybe get the help that they're going to need to make the playoffs. There's going to be a few tiebreakers, though, that they're probably not going to have, unless, depending on what happens, in the final couple of weeks, we'll see what gives. But that's why they play a game. It ain't going to be decided until 272. And then we'll have the 14 teams in the playoffs, and then, may the best team win. But like I said last week, I feel like ahead, entering tonight, not knowing, Franco's going to die, a couple days before his jersey was going to be retired. That tonight was going to be a big deal for sure, but then it became a bigger deal, and a bigger must-win situation for that matter. But I think not necessarily more concerned, but would like more so than not them, to get that winning record, to get to 9-8, to keep that alive, rather than make the playoffs. Probably not going to win in the playoffs anyway. Okay. They're built a little bit at some spots, yeah, and 50-50 shot every game, no doubt about it. But that's the thing I said. Like, okay, if they still went out, which I still think they could, and hopefully they will, because they should. Because the Browns were eliminated earlier. They're 6-9. Watson ain't playing that great. And who knows about Lamar Jackson, again, if he's going to play next week. So they got one more home game, one more away game. Regardless, if they'd make the playoffs. If they make the playoffs, they're going to have to go on the road as a fucking 7 seed again. But that's neither here nor there, because that's ways off still. But, as mentioned, as I was saying, just, went out and get the winning record, basically, because, all right, if you get the help, you get the help, you make the playoffs, you make the playoffs. If you don't, you don't, and then you go back to, once again, the other close games that they, honestly should have won. Because they lost to the Ravens by 2. They lost to the Patriots by 3. They lost to the Jets by 4. They lost to the Dolphins by 6. They lost to the Bengals by 7. Got blown out a couple times. But, every team has at least one loss, if not 2 now. So I mean, they're playing some damn good football. They are. They're overall just finding ways to win. You know, they do look like a totally different team since the bye week. Now, whether or not that's T.J. Watt and his presence or not, beats me because he's still, not done much in his return. I mean, he's made, a few big plays here and there, but nothing major. Okay, maybe it's sack or two when the game's on the line. Tonight it was the Haywards, and Cam interviewed Franco the day that he died, earlier that day, and Franco that night for his podcast. Like I said, I'm not 100% certain if he released that or not. He should, but I don't know if he has or is going to or what the case is. But he had a couple sacks, and then Connor had the ice, the dagger, to seal it on an end around to the third string tight end, for God's sakes. And they're coming off a couple weeks ago going down to Hotlanta in the ATL where their dad played with the Falcons and picked up a win then. So I'm sure they're getting along past the pearly gates right now. But yeah, it still could have, would have, should have with all the close games that they lost. No doubt about it. Because that's what I said. Once again, they're 7-8 now. Here we go again. Right there on the cusp of, winning record or not. They'll have a mid-round, first round draft pick as it is anyway. That's neither here nor there. They'll get who they get because they draft well. They need a piece here, they need a piece there. That's a sore conversation from their day. But, because you play with who you have. That's why you fit through on the active roster and a practice squad. And, they've won 2 straight now, 2 or 3, 3 or 4. They're 1, 2, 3, 4, 5-2 since the bye week. But the 2 losses since the bye week are 1-score games again. They have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, technically 5.5, 6 1-score games this year. They honestly, should have 10, 11, maybe even 12 wins now. You think about it. If not 9, give them 2 more than they don't have. At 7 and 8. As Najee Harris will join the set, we'll see what he has to say. But about 100 all-purpose yards for him. They shut down Josh Jacobs. They did. But he's wearing another Harris jersey. Of course, it's Franco's in 32. But yeah, they found a way to win. They honestly, should be one of the wild cards right now. You think about it. They should have more than the 7 wins they have, but they don't because they lost. But they're still in it. Is the thing. You can't count them out. They're still in it. They are. Yeah, he had a big drive there at the end of the game too, as he's mentioned. Yeah, just simple checkdowns on the dump offs, and then found Pickens making noise. So pick that. And Freiermuth, after a no-target, no-catch game last week with Trubisky at quarterback, Pickett found him a lot tonight. We'll get into the final stats and scores here in a minute. Yeah. Pickett had a big game. Najee Harris had a big game. Freiermuth as well, of course, no doubt about it. Deontay Johnson early, quiet late, but made some big plays. Pickens with the game-winning touchdown. The offensive line had, 1 penalty called against them. Dawson had a hold. And then they had an unsportsmanlike conduct after the turnover there late, but then they still picked up the first down and ran the clock out anyway. Sealed it. Highsmith had a big sack. TJ had a couple of big plays. And about, the draft real quick, or just next offseason. Yeah, they're going to need a number 3 receiver. They're going to need some linebackers. And just, I would have to think just overall more playmakers and more protection on both sides of the ball. We'll see, free agency wise, and then, come draft time in April, what they do. Yeah, gonna be interesting to see who they get to replace Franco as the name reader at the draft, because he's done that for a good while. Yeah, like I said, that was just a total shock this week. It was. Like I said, waking up Wednesday morning, no doubt about it, tough way to wake up, but then, hearing somebody died is, another thing in itself for anybody. That's what, like, this is true. Like, this actually happened, because, like, just the timing, just very eerie. Yeah, the anniversary of the Immaculate Reception to the jersey retirement ceremony, and then he dies a few days prior, and just, the timing to everything was just eerie, to say the least, this week. But I guess everything does happen for a reason, and they found a way to win tonight, and they won it for 32, with a total of 23 points scored between the two teams, and the Steelers won at 13-10 tonight, and they keep their season alive. Now, the other question is, can they win the next 2 games, still get that winning record, let alone get help and make the playoffs? If so, and then make a run, you can't tell me that, they're getting help from, some sort of higher power from above with all this happening. Everything happens for a fucking reason. But yeah, just it was a total shock. Hard time grasping it for sure. Because like I said, as a Penn State fan, Steeler fan, like it was a double. Like it wasn't just one, a player from this team or that team. Let alone anybody dies, it's tough. Because it's sad. And then, oh shit, this is real. And then it's closer and closer and closer, and it's even more realer, and just, yeah, Franco did a lot in life. Lived a good life, for that matter. Whether that be on the field or, just out and about, as a person. As I said, I feel like he's going to be remember more as a person than as a player. But, in football, of course, can remember who he was as a Steeler. Even at Penn State, because he had success with the blue and white and the black and gold. And may Franco Harris rest in peace. We are Penn State. Here we go, Steelers. I'll leave it at that for that. But it's just, as Mike Tomlin said, and I believe I put this together with a quote that somebody else said. Drawing a blank on who that was now. It's my bad. But it's just, to be admired, an example of integrity, selfishness, and loyalty. It was 50 years ago in 1972. And they celebrate the 50th anniversary tonight of that Immaculate Reception. Get his jersey retired as well, as he caught the Immaculate Reception. He was the Rookie of the Year, also 1972, 4-time Super Bowl champ, just as many other Steelers players in the 1970s were, if not at least a one-time, if not 2 or 3-time Super Bowl champ. But Franco had a touchdown in every single one of those Steelers Super Bowl wins, in Super Bowl 9, 10, 13, and 14, against the Vikings, Cowboys twice, and the Rams, as they won 4 and 6 years from 74 to 79, 80. But he had a touchdown in every single Super Bowl and holds the all-time Super Bowl. Just not one game. This is all time through the 4 games he played in. Nowadays it's tough. This record might never be broken, for that matter. Or if so, it's going to be somebody who's, getting back there time after time. it's hard nowadays to go to the Super Bowl, let alone go back and win it again, repeat as a champ, or win, back to back or 4 and 6 years as they did, back to back twice for that matter. But he was a 4-time Super Bowl champ who had a touchdown in every single Super Bowl. And he holds the all-time Super Bowl record for most rushing yards. He was the Man of the Year in 1976. And he retired behind Jim Brown and Walter Payton as the third all-time leading rusher in NFL history. And Hall of Fame class in 1990. And now, of course, the third ever Steeler to have his jersey number retired, and they win it tonight for him, 13-10, against the Raiders, against the team he caught the immaculate reception in the game against 50 years ago yesterday to give the Steelers their first ever playoff touchdown and the Steelers their first ever playoff win. And another regular season win tonight for him. 13-10 your final score. The Steelers won it against the Silver and Black. And the Steelers cover, I might add. They were a 2-point favorite. Hopefully took the under. I mean, the weather was how it's been in central and western PA the past couple of days. It's been cold and snowy. And it's a hell of a lot colder with the wind chill. And honestly, it didn't seem like the weather affected the game that much. Had wind on the 2 missed Steelers field goals, no doubt about it, just wide left. But they at the end of the day, at the end of the game, still found a way to win, so that's all that matters. And a win's a win. And the Steelers won at 13-10 once again. They were able to run the ball early. They weren't able to stop it, but then they did crack down on Josh Jacobs. I believe that 6-game streak of his for 100 all-purpose yards from scrimmage was snapped tonight, if I'm not mistaken. But yeah, Pickett, man, he had a couple bad throws tonight. Had an interception as well. They could also bring in a reliable backup quarterback next year. If Rudolph and Trubisky aren't going to be around. I feel like they just have Rudolph because he knows the system, and Trubisky ain't half bad. It's just early in the season they have a running game, and he wasn't playing that great anyway. Because Pickett couldn't be playing half worse. That's the thing. Like, they've won 5 of the 7. They're 5-2 since the bye week. And since the bye week, they've had a running game. Beforehand, they didn't. That's where it's seemingly turning. They found a running game, and that's why they're winning. And they're making stops on defense as they should be. No doubt about it. If only they made a few more stops, or find a way to win these close games that they lost, we wouldn't be talking about 7-8, still need to win out, still need help. They'd be in a good position. It'd be other teams wanting help. But I guess when you need help, of course, you got to return the favor one way or another. Yeah, we'll see if they get it. But they got to still, long story short, with all that being said, it starts with them. They got to take care of business first off. That's the thing. If they can, okay. They get the help. They get the help. If they don't, they don't. Coulda, woulda, shoulda, go back to those losses. I'll leave it at that. Because that's all there is to be said about it. All right? But no doubt about it. Special teams. Raiders had a touchdown early. Field goal just prior to halftime. Shutout in the second half. Show off the playoff picture. Raiders are technically still in it because there's still games to be played this weekend. But with a loss and then, wins or losses by a few teams, they might be out. Steelers are technically the 11 seed right now, 7 and 8. So there's still 4 teams ahead of them. And those are, in fact, the Titans, who have completely shit the bed the past month and a half, have lost 5 straight. The Jets, well, Zach Wilson's probably doing your mom right now, acting as if he's Santa Claus. And then the Patriots, stumbling too. The Jaguars probably have to be the biggest surprise at 7 and 8 in the AFC South. So the 3 teams ahead of them, with the Titans, the Jets, and the Patriots, they all lost this week. The Jets lost on Thursday to the Jags. The Titans lost to the Jags, or the Texans, in the AFC South earlier today, after that game was delayed for about an hour or so because of the weather. And then the Patriots lost to the Bengals earlier today, too. So the Bengals and Ravens have both clinched playoff berths. But Cincinnati does have a game up. They play Week 18. That game's probably going to be Sunday Night Football, 272, I'd have to guess right now. We'll see how the rest of the schedule shakes out. But, I mean, if it's for the division, they're going to have something, crucial like that. Maybe even Jags, Titans, so I still didn't think about play if I'm not mistaken. Neither here nor there. Steelers take care of business. Worry about them. They play at the Ravens and then the Browns in 2 weeks. The Bills clinch the East. The Chiefs clinch the West. So they're going to figure out the North. The Bengals, Ravens, going to be playing for that. They're both in the playoffs, so one's going to be a division winner, one's going to be a wild card. So one's going to get a home playoff game. The other going to have to go on the road. And then the South's going to be up for grabs between the Jags and Titans. One's going to be in, one's going to be out. One might even make the wild card, depending on what else happens. Because then you still got the Chargers and the Dolphins, who got to play tomorrow on Monday night. So yeah, the Steelers of the teams in the hunt are the lone team to win this week because they beat the Raiders. And the Titans lost earlier, Jets lost the other day, and the Patriots also lost today. So, of course, you got to have Green Bay win. You got to have the Colts win. Yeah, you're looking at one of the 2 wildcard spots is what you're looking at. If they win out, take care of business, and get help. Once again, though, what's going to do them in is they got swept by the AFC East. We'll see what happens. But tonight, yeah, no doubt about it. Special teams and turnovers were the difference. They were. Derek Carr had 3 interceptions. Steelers had a couple sacks on him. But then special teams, even with the missed field goals, they had 2 made field goals. There were 2 for Boswell on field goals tonight. The 2 that they missed, they no doubt about it at times, would have loved to have had, for sure. But then they still found a way to win anyway. Kenny Pickett to George Pickens for a game-winning touchdown, and that's all she wrote. Steelers won at 13-10, but Steelers beat the Raiders for the first time since 2015. As Edgar and I has mentioned at the start, the Raiders own the all-time series now 17-14 with the Steelers win. But technically won 4-6 and now 7-12, dating back 20 years. Yeah, so the Steelers snapped a 2-game winning streak for the Raiders on the Steelers dating back to last year in 18. They play each other, they're both in the AFC, and now with the new schedule format, they could play every year. It's normally every 2, maybe 3 years, though. They'll meet. The next time they play, though, the Steelers are going to have to go to Vegas for the first time. Whether that's, next year and years to come, they'll be going to Sin City. For sure. They're not going to have the Raiders come back to Pittsburgh 3 straight times. Because last year was the AFC West that they played. And they got the Raiders and the Broncos at home. Yeah. Because they went to Kansas City and lost. right after Christmas last year. So they win Christmas weekend this year. Remember, they went to the Chargers on Sunday night before Thanksgiving as well last year and lost that game. They beat the Broncos. They lost the Raiders, yeah. But then they lost at the Chiefs in the playoffs. And then they start off this year with a win. Lost a couple in a row. We're at 1-4, one again, lost 2 more. Yeah, they're 2-6 at the bye week. So 2-6 to 5-2. They're 7-8 going into the final 2 weeks of the year and going into the new year of 2023 as the Steelers will cap off 2022 with a win tonight because they won't play again until January 1st, 2023 at Baltimore. I mean, they didn't do a hell of a lot winning this year. They lost in the playoffs, even though they won, twice late last year for that season, but technically this year in 2022, and then they, won, 7 times this year, so, give or take 10 games. Lost more than that, though. They're a good right there in the thick of it, you can't miss must-watch TV. Another heart attack game, if you will, right there around 500. Because even when they are good, they'll shit the bed, because they have. They just, here looking ahead, they got to win out still, as that was the goal entering tonight, hell, even entering last week, because that's what, after the loss to Baltimore, they lose one more, it's a losing season. That's 9 losses. Because that's an extra game now with a 17 game season. 18 weeks, 17 games. It's no more 8-8 at a 500. It's either 9-8 or 8-9. Or if you get lucky, 8-8-1, with a tie. But they found a way to win. They found a way to win. So here are your final stats and scores. As we'll also update, I might add, from earlier today. As we had, of course, a Thursday night game, a full slate today, 3 games tomorrow, and we'll also have Monday Night Football. And then we'll get into the new year. Next Saturday, we'll have the college football playoff with the Fiesta and Peach Bowls. And then 2 weeks from Monday, national championship game. NFL has 2 more weeks left in the regular season. The playoffs will begin 31st. What's that? First Saturday in January 7th. So 3 weeks from now on the 14th is when the NFL playoffs will begin. Super wild card round weekend, if you will. Yeah. Gone by in the blink of an eye. Football season at its finest, at its best. A lot of one-score games today and this year, for that matter. Another one-score game here as well, 13-10. Steelers on the winning side of it, thank God. But, that's one thing with football season, being in full force, yeah, okay, it's football season, it's good. Bad thing about it is, life flies by as well. The season is going to do the same, and, here we are towards the tail end of it, and playoffs are rolling around. Hopefully everyone's going to have a Merry Christmas, though, tomorrow. I'm going to sign off here in a little bit, but Week 16 in the NFL, here's a recap. As still to come tomorrow, and on Monday night, we got the Packers and Dolphins, along with the Broncos and Rams, and the Buccaneers and Cardinals tomorrow night. Chargers Colts is Monday Night Football. But Week 16 began on Thursday night in an absolute monsoon of a shit show. Jaguars beat the Jets 19-3. And then earlier today, there's a one-score game. There's another one-score game. Make it 3. 4, 5, 6, 7 one-score games today again. Man. Yeah, I had a 3-point win here for the Steelers. A 5-point win for the Texans. A 6-point win for the Cowboys. A 7-point win for the Saints. An 8-point win for the Ravens. Bengals also beat the Patriots by 4. Vikings won on a 61-yard game-winning field goal by 3, 27-24 against the Giants. Had a couple blowouts. But, yeah, Thursday Night Football this past week. As Thursday Night Football will have one more game this year, next week. It'll be Cowboys-Titans. Dallas wins, which Jacksonville is going to hope for because they already beat Dallas. Tennessee. Man, what a fall. 7-3. They've already lost 5 straight. They're 7-8. They can't afford a loss. You know? I mean, as a Steelers perspective, you got to root for the Cowboys on Thursday night to beat the Titans. You do. You just got to root for everybody ahead of them, you know, and have them lose, you know, and then you win and then hope to at least, and then, you know, continue to move up, potentially, you know, sneak in as a wild card or some sorts. They're going to have to go on the road one way or another. You know, that's a given if they get in. But no, just been, you know, another one of those crazy weeks in the NFL. A lot of one-score games again. The Jaguars beat the Jets 19-3 on Thursday Night Football, and earlier today, all finals now. After the Steelers just beat the Raiders 13-10. The Bills beat the Bears 35-13. The Saints with a 17-10 win at the Browns. Chiefs 24-10 victory against the Seattle Seahawks. As mentioned, the Vikings won on a 61-yard game-winning field goal against the Giants. They're 12-3. They've had 11 one-score games and 11 game-winning touchdowns. Like, man, I'd love, but I also hate to be a Viking fan right now because, I mean, while the Steelers are sort of in the same boat, you know, and a lot of one-score games. Well, one-score games for everybody. But, you know, just imagine if they were on the losing end of it. You know, we're not talking about as good as, you know, they are. We're talking about how bad they potentially could be. And their kicker, I might add, has, I believe, if it's not 5, make it 6 now. Or if it wasn't 4, make it 5 now. One of the two. It's either 5 or 6. His 5, let alone 6, potentially, game-winning field goals this year. So they don't have him. You know, they're about, you know, 500, give or take. Also, earlier, the Bengals beat the Patriots. Sort of good for Pittsburgh, 22-18. The Panthers, who the Steelers beat last week, won at home against the Lions, who lost for the first time since Thanksgiving. 37-23 win for Carolina. That was a battle of cats, battle of birds. Atlanta went to Baltimore. Ravens won 17-9. Texans beat the Titans 19-14. 49ers, I've been saying, watch out for San Fran. And even with, you know, backup quarterback again, they're still finding ways to win. 37-20 against Washington. Dallas split with Philadelphia. Cowboys, you know, I ain't going to be picking them come playoff time. Because until they get over that hump and get back to Super Bowl and win it, I just can't. I don't think anybody can, other than Cowboys fans. Because even in a win today, they struggled. It's back and forth game. You know, Eagles, yeah, able to run the ball. Minshew, Mania running wild for sure. We'll see when Hurts comes back, but that division's still on the line, up for grabs. So there's that. But yeah, the Cowboys beat the Eagles 40-34 earlier. Like I said, earlier this year it was Dak Prescott out. Cooper Rush played. Eagles won. Today, Jalen Hurts was out. Minshew played. Cowboys won. So they split. And then the Steelers beat the Raiders here 13-10. Still to come, Packers, Dolphins, Broncos, Rams, Bucks, Cardinals, and Chargers, Colts, as mentioned, tomorrow and Monday night. Football, we'll preview next week later, which should be tomorrow night. So be sure to tune back in. And thanks for tuning in live right now, live here on YouTube, as we update, give a recap, and about to sign off with the Steelers 13-10 win this evening on Christmas Eve. And hopefully everyone has a Merry Christmas. But yeah, Pittsburgh found a way to win, man. You got to give it to them. They shut down Josh Jacobs. He had 15 carries for 44 yards rushing and only 6 yards receiving. So only 50 total all-purpose yards tonight. So that streak was snapped. They held him under 100 and they won. Derek Carr was 16 of 30, $174, sacked 3 times. Did have the touchdown to begin the game, but also threw 3 picks and 1 to ice it. As the Steelers then got a first down and 1. Jacobs 15 of 44 on the ground, as mentioned. Carr 3 of 14. Darren Waller 4 of 58. Hunter Renfrow had 4 catches, 42 yards and a touchdown. Amir Abdullah 2 of 27. Foster Renault 2 of 19 receiving. The Steelers shut down Josh Jacobs, but they also shut down Devontae Adams. He had 9 targets, but only 2 catches, 15 yards. The secondary did a damn good job. And all 3 of Carr's interceptions were in the second half. Carlson 1-1 on field goals, 1-1 extra points. They were shut out in the second half, though. And Mike Tomlin, post-game press conference. So let's see what he has to say here as he dons a Franco Harris jersey, I might add, as well. On Franco Harris night, no doubt it was going to be a dub at the end of the night. No way. Hashtag Steeler way.
Man, I'm just so thankful of the effort.
Yeah. Thankful for sure.
We had a chance to be a part of Steeler history tonight.
Yeah.
And we don't take that lightly, man. We just so appreciate
Steeler history made once again. They left points off the board, but a win's a win.
For us, the man like this man's jersey that I'm wearing right here.
You can tell Tomlin's getting a little upset.
We get to enjoy the fruit of their labor daily, man.
Yeah.
Just in terms of the standard of expectation here in Pittsburgh.
As the standard is the standard.
Fan base, man, and we just wanted to honor him.
And the crowd was hot there late, for sure.
That have come before us, man, that's made black and gold what it is. And so, man, we just thank
And
you.
yeah, I'll bleed blue and white and black and gold until the day I die. Frightful for a Raider loss, even though it was cold. But that's what Mike Tomlin had to say. Real short and sweet that they had showed. You know, we'll see how long his post-game press conference is in total. Go watch it later. You know, he normally doesn't say much anyway. It's a couple minutes and that's that. But Pickett tonight, 26 of 39, 244 and a touchdown. Had the interception, but the Raiders couldn't capitalize. They couldn't. I don't think anybody capitalized off the turnovers, to be honest with you. Because the third Derek Carr one, you know, well, they capitalized by running the clock out and winning the game. The first 2, though, no, I don't think so. So 4 turnovers, nothing to show for. Maybe they would have got a field goal off of it. You know, yeah, 2 missed field goals they would have loved to have had, no doubt about it. But Kenny Pickett, 26 of 39, 244 and a touchdown. Najee Harris had 16 carries, 53 yards rushing. Jalen Warren had 6 carries, 23 yards rushing. Connor Hayward, a carry for 21 yards on the end around to seal it. And then Pat Freiermuth led the team in receiving. 7 catches on 8 targets, 66 yards. Deontay Johnson, 5 of 64. George Pickens with the game-winning touchdown, 5 catches for him, and a Hines 57. So Steelers win at 13-10. Najee had 6 carries, 42 yards out of the backfield as well. So 53 and 42s, yeah, right there around 100 yards tonight total. Spillane led the team in total tackles with 12. Cam Hayward with 2 sacks. Highsmith with the other. They had 6 tackles for loss, though. 3 by Hayward. And then one by Larry Obi-Wan Kenobi Obanjobi, one by TJ Watt, and one by Alex Highsmith as well. Which technically those are going to be part of the sacks anyway. But Spillane with 12 total tackles. Millette had an interception. Minka had an interception. And Cam Sutton had the third and final interception. Boswell 2 of 4 on field goals. Missed from 43 and missed from 52. But then made from 44 and 40, I think was the other. And Harvin flipped field when he had to. Raiders had a couple bad punts, but Harvin with his blue suede shoes, his blue Christmas, for sure, had some good bombs. Steelers with 19 first downs tonight, 13 of those on passing. Almost 50% on third down. They're 5 of 14. 2 of 2 on fourth down, though. Had a good 150 more total yards than the Raiders did. And it was 100 more in passing and 50 more in rushing is how it equaled out. They only had 3 penalties called against them. All 5 penalties total were in the second half. And they controlled the clock by a good 5 minutes when they only turned it over once. So special teams, if the Steelers would have lost, would have been why they lost. But then turnovers is why the Raiders lost. And the Steelers found a way to win. So that'll do it. That'll do it. Steelers win it officially 13-10 as they continue to show highlights. As the clock also strikes 12, it's midnight. It's now officially Christmas, so Merry Christmas to everyone. It's everybody less than 24 hours. Another live stream live here on YouTube, so be sure to tune back in. But Steelers going to sign off here in 2022 with a win as well, I might add. 50 years and 1 day after the Immaculate Reception, they'll defeat the Raiders again. Another one-score game, who would have thought? But they still got 2 games ahead. And if, once again, they can take care of business, maybe get some help, maybe they're in the playoffs. I don't know. I'm not going to roll it out just yet. We'll see where that help's going to have to come, from officially. Which it's going to, have to, like I said about the playoff picture, whoever's playing the teams that are right ahead of them right now, with the Titans, the Jets, and the Patriots, along with the Dolphins and the Chargers, whoever the hell's playing them, root for their opponent, okay? And then Pittsburgh has to take care of business, and they got to win out. Plus, get that help to make the playoffs. But they win out, don't get the help, they still have a winning record. And that's still something to be proud of. That's still something, they can't take away. And then that streak, lives on. They went to Baltimore early January last year, the end of last season to begin 2022. They're going to go to Baltimore again at the end of this year to begin next year in 2023. We'll see if they can pick up another win and then beat the Browns at home in January again as well. And it's not like they're, sign off Ben Roethlisberger into his final home game by any means. But more winnable games ahead of them. Long story short, okay? And they do look like a totally different team since the bye week. They do. And it's for the most part because of a running game offensively. At times, yes, they can't stop the run, but they're finding overall ways to win the close games. And at the end of the day, a win's a win. Okay? That's all that matters. When you lose, you say whittle. When you win, you say less. Win's a win, and the Steelers win 13-10 tonight on Christmas Eve. Now officially midnight. Merry Christmas. Happy New Year a week from now. But, yeah, that'll do it. For myself, your host, Encyclopedia Sports, Coy and Luke 96, live right here on YouTube. So, once again, thank you for tuning in and watching. Be sure to like, follow, and subscribe on social media. Links in the description below. Rest in peace to Franco Harris as well. But the Steelers win it for Franco himself tonight. and defeat the Raiders 13-10 to get to 7-8. The season's still on the line at the Ravens before the Browns roll into Steel City in 2 weeks. They went out. It's a winning record, winning season. If they get help, maybe they make the playoffs. Maybe they don't. Only time's going to tell. That's why they're going to play the games. But tonight, on Christmas Eve, now Merry Christmas, the Steelers win it 13-10 over the Raiders. Rest in peace to Franco Harris once again, but Merry Christmas to all, and to all good night.